For those participating via Zoom, please state your name when making a comment or asking a question. The MAG public comment process allows members of the public to comment on items that fall under MAG's jurisdiction. If you would like to speak at today's meeting, please complete the request to speak form. MAG staff can assist you with any questions you may have. If you parked in the garage, a validation stamp is available on the counter. If you purchased a transit ticket to come to the meeting, please see staff for a ticket. Hearing assisted devices are available from MAG staff. We will now begin the meeting with a roll call of all members.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll be down the list by agency alphabetically. Matt Dudley, City of Avondale.
I'm here.
Thank you. Andrew Blanchard, City of Buckeye.
I am here.
Thank you. Nancy Jackson, City of Chandler.
Present.
Thank you. Caroline Ballard, Town of Florence.
Here.
Thank you. Nathan Williams, Town of Gilbert.
Here.
Thank you. Nathan White, City of Glendale. Treman Colley, City of Peoria.
Present.
Thank you. Stephanie Rangel, City of Phoenix.
Present.
Thank you. Nina Ardando, Pinal County. Joan Freeman, City of Scottsdale. Lindsay Post, City of Tempe.
Present.
Thank you. Los Pardo, City of Tolleson. Chris Langmuir, Valley Metro.
Present.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Thank you, Madam Chair. We have quorum.
Great. Our next item is item number 2, call to the audience. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on items that fall under MAG's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda, informational items, or items on the agenda for discussion and not for action. 15 minutes will be provided for the call to the audience unless I request an exception to this limit. I have received no request to speak for the call to the audience. MAG also provides the opportunity for members of the public to submit written comments via the MAG website. Any comments received 2 hours prior to the meeting have been shared with committee members in advance of the meeting for consideration and will be included in the formal meeting minutes. Staff, have we received any online written comments for the call to the audience?
Thank you, Chair. We have received no written comments for the call to the audience, which have been provided to the members in advance of the meeting for consideration.
Thanks, Aisha. The next item on the agenda is the MAG staff report. This item is on the agenda for information and will be presented by Wendy Miller, Transportation Improvement Program Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I just have one item really quick today, just to let you know that the Human Services Coordinated Transportation Plan RFP was released last week, and we'll have a consultant on board starting in July for the 18-month duration. We're excited to embark on this project to update our plan to address gaps and improve mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities within our region. There will be an opportunity for stakeholders such as mobility managers, committee members, et cetera, and the public to participate and provide feedback in this process. And we're really looking forward to this because it's been so long since we've had a very big overhaul update. So that concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. Moving on to item number 4. Item 4 is the approval of the March 11 meeting minutes. Does any member of the committee have questions or comments? Hearing none, prior to approval of the meeting minutes, there is an opportunity for members of the public to comment. I have received no requests for this item. Staff, have we received any online written comments for this item?
Thank you, Chair. We have received no online written comments for this agenda item, which have been provided to the members for the consideration.
Is there a motion to approve agenda item number 4?
A motion for the approval.
We have a motion from Stephanie Rangel. Do we have a second?
Second.
We've got a second from Treman Colley. We will have those participating in the meeting online take part in a voice vote by turning on their cameras and unmuting their audio. We need to see the faces of everyone to participate in the voice vote. For those who cannot or do not want to turn on their cameras, staff will conduct a roll call vote. Staff will only call on those virtual participants who did not turn on their cameras. Members, please leave your camera on until after the roll call vote so that staff can count the people's names whose cameras are not on. Can I have a voice vote for those in the room and those online? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Members, please leave your cameras on. Staff, can you take a roll call of the members participating virtually who did not turn on their camera?
Carolyn, looks like Carolyn Ballard,
Aye.
and I see another one, K.S. Moore. I don't,
Yes, I'm here.
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion passes.
Okay, we are on item number 5. This item is on the agenda for information and discussion and will be introduced by Wendy Miller, Transportation Improvement Program Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I just wanted to do a brief overview of the Section 5310 program. The eligible applicants for the program are private nonprofits, government agencies, and operators of public transportation in particular situations. Our population served are older adults 65 and older and persons with disabilities. The eligible projects are capital requests such as vehicles and equipment, preventive maintenance, mobility management positions and projects, and operating assistance. On the screen, you'll see the map that you've probably seen several times before. This is our urban area map, which shows the area in blue is the Phoenix Mesa urbanized area, and the item in orange is the Phoenix West Goodyear Avondale urban area, and that is the area that's covered under the City of Phoenix as a designated recipient and this process. So applicants who are operating services in these areas primarily apply through this process. And then the areas in yellow surrounded are the rural areas that are managed by the Arizona Department of Transportation. The roles for the region, I just mentioned the City of Phoenix serves as a designated recipient for Section 5310 funding within those 2 urban areas. And their role in this process is they're responsible for grant management and federal compliance, and they also handle the vehicle procurement piece for the nonprofits. MAG assists subrecipients and provides an open competitive annual application process to support the city. We program funds, provide training for subrecipients, manage the mobility management program, and manages the human services transportation coordination planning process, like the Transportation Ambassador Program. And then really quickly, just to cover the application process, back in January, the application was released and the applications were due back by the submissions were due in February. Then the committee members evaluated, evaluated the applications based on the evaluation rubric, which was published in the application materials. The applicants were rated on their capability and experience, meeting the program objectives, having a manageable budget, and providing or participating in coordination activities in the region. And then today is part of the process where all of the applicants will be participating in an interview. It's an opportunity for them to introduce themselves to the committee, discuss their needs, and for the committee to ask any additional questions. Then we'll move on later to the project ranking, where the final scores are determined, and we will produce a priority listing. And then from that point, that priority listing goes on to the Transit Committee for review, and then on to the Transportation Review Committee, where the recommended list of funding is presented to the committee for approval at that committee, and then goes on through all the policy committees in June, ending with Regional Council in June for final approval. And then it gets forwarded on to the city of Phoenix for applying for the grant and working with the awardees. And just a quick review of the submissions. So this year we had a record number of applications in the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale urban area. We received 38 traditional application requests for 4 mobility manager positions, preventive maintenance, 14 of those, 13 equipment requests, and 48 vehicles, which is a lot. Usually we're much lower than that in the request. So it's a big year. And 5.7 million in requests for traditional. And we had 11 applications for other operating requests, transportation alternatives, volunteer driver, taxi voucher programs, et cetera, for just over $2 million. And then each year we set aside 10% for program administration for administering the program. And that is a maximum of 10%. Not every year does it always get utilized at the 10%, but we reserve the 10% for that purpose. As you can see, the apportionment target for the traditional requests, we are required to fund a minimum of 55% of traditional capital projects with this funding per the federal requirements. We target 60% in order to make sure we ensure that we meet that because the vehicle amounts are estimated, and with actuals, we just want to make sure we meet that number. And then the city of Phoenix identified actually over $1 million in rollover funds from project savings from previous years to add to the process, which made $4.5 million available. But since there were 5.7 in traditional requests, obviously there is a gap there. Additionally, with the operating request, there was 2.09, and there is only 1.7 target money available for those. So we are looking at 8.3 million in requests and 6.8 in funding available. So there is a gap. Moving on to the Phoenix West Goodyear Avondale urban area. The funding available in the region or in that urban area was $482,000, and we received 3 traditional requests at $521,000. Mobility manager position, 11. That should be 1 preventive maintenance and 5 vehicles. And then we had 2 requests for $132,000 for transportation alternatives, and we're looking at the bottom program administration and a difference between 518. There was 36,000 rollover funds available that the city of Phoenix identified, making 518, almost 519 available, with 702,000 in requests. Again, there's a gap there. And with that, Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We are now ready to move on to agency interviews. Do we have all members of Excel on the call?
Yes, this is Kay Moore and I'm here.
Great. Are you ready to get started?
Sure.
Is that okay? All right.
Chair, I just wanted to announce the applications that they had submitted.
Okay.
So for Excel, we have a request for vehicle software, a request for preventive maintenance, and a request for 3 replacement cutaways and 2 expansion cutaways.
Good morning, everyone. Let me give you a brief introduction. I'm Kay Moore and I'm director of the adult program at Excel.
Okay. Okay. I'm
sure.
sorry.
That was my fault, Kay. This is Lindsay, the chair. I just have a couple of things, and you were about to tell me what I wanted to hear anyway, so we were on the right track. I'll just go ahead and get you started. Welcome and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, probably just a minute. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need for about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And so we'll begin your 10 minutes now, Kay.
Thank you. Thank you. As I said, I'm Kay Moore. I'm the Director of Adult Services here at Excel. I've been doing this for Excel coming up on 9 years. I've been in the industry of developmental disabilities for 47 years. Now that's kind of scary, but we serve right around 100 people in adult programs. We do day programs. We also do employment programs. One of the key things with our vehicles is a lot of our individuals are lower income families. We are off of 35th and Dunlap in Phoenix, and we have an operation in Tempe as well. So our folks having a little bit lower income don't always have accessibility to vehicles that can transport people, especially with wheelchairs and walkers and other equipment. Our vehicles are critical for that. We transport approximately 43 people to our building every day. Others come through dial-a-ride or families bring them in. Our vehicles also are needed to get our folks to and from their work sites every single day. A lot of those too have mobility issues. A lot of them have more challenging social issues as well. So putting them on a Valley Metro bus to get to a job site isn't always amenable for them. We are operating about 7 different job sites currently at the moment. Our key of our program is employment and getting people job-related skills that they can translate into skills that they can get hired by an employer in the community. That is the bulk of our program. We are looking for 5 vehicles, all cutaways because of the wheelchairs and the size of our wheelchairs. This past year, we added 6 more people with wheelchairs who are graduating from school and or moved to the area and were seeking a program. So our cutaways are very important to us. They are the best way to transport folks in a wheelchair because they come with lifts. And I'll leave it at that because I'll leave you lots of time to go ahead and ask any questions you may want to ask.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions for Kay at Excel? I do just have one question.
Sure.
How often, or can you think of a time when someone was able to go through your program and then become independent, where they were able to navigate, a lion's share of their daily commute on their own, or do they typically stay in your program?
A little of both. We have some that stay. Sometimes it's a safety reason. Sometimes our folks are easy to exploit and will often get taken advantage of. So families feel much better if we transport them in a more safer means. But we also have several, I think probably in the last 2 years, we've had 9 or 10 of them who transitioned off of our transportation and moved into Valley Metro. Either they moved closer to a route. That's oftentimes an issue too, is a lot of our folks are living farther away from us and they're not on a Valley Metro bus route or on a light rail route. But they do transition away from us and become independent. Some of them actually get their own places to live and get hired. So then they are more on their own with also getting their own transportation coordinated. And since they are hired by someone, they have wages to help pay for that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? One more question. Due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency would accept partial funding.
I'm always happy with whatever we can get. If I know there's an there's an over demand this year, I understand that. I'll leave that up to you guys, but I'm always happy with any part of anything I get. Fully funded is always the best scenario. But if I had to lose a vehicle, I would make it work. So
Sure.
I understand. I understand things are limited.
Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We coordinate with a lot of our community partners because we are always looking for employment for people. The best place to hit for employment for people are other nonprofits. Therefore, we assist at a nonprofit pet rescue. We assist at a nursing home. Those are also places we collaborate with our transportation and coordinate with our vehicles because we know they should be available to the entire public that qualifies for that kind of vehicle or needs that kind of ride, needs a specialty transportation. We understand that. So we coordinate a lot with our partner agencies who also help us with employment.
Great. Is there anything else you would like to add? I
didn't mention, but we transport a number of rides in a day wouldn't be unusual for us to have about 115 rides a day for our agency. So our ridership is pretty heavy.
And by rides, you just mean the individual riders perhaps that are on a combined trip?
No, it's the number of rides per day. So
Okay.
43 people brought in, 43 people brought
I see.
home, and then various rides throughout the day by different members.
Wow. Do you have your team on with you that you could introduce for us?
No, I think today there might just be me. Well, actually, no, our CFO is on. I see Veronica right there. She's our chief financial officer. So if you have any questions for financial reasons, Veronica is available. Hi, Veronica.
Laura is
Hi.
also on if they have any questions for the school use.
If I could just add a little more to what Kay said, not only do we have adult services, but we also have a BISA clinic that supports kids preschool, and then we have our school sites as well. And we use transportation in two of the three of that capacity. So our transportation and our vehicles are very important, not only for adult services, but for the schools. As we do transfer, we have about 300 plus students enrolled in our various campuses. So any questions that I can add from my financial perspective, I'm happy to answer.
Does anybody have any questions for Veronica Sass? Oh, and looks like was that Laura who just chimed in?
Yep, sorry, I thought we were introducing ourselves. My name is Laura and I represent the school program. We also have students in adulthood and transitioning to adulthood. We're using the school to work program, utilizing job coaches and employers to help our students obtain employment post-graduation, and just vehicles to help build those work skills for independence is really critical, especially for our students that are 12 plus and staying in school to make sure that they are ready, truly ready for a transition to adulthood, having those extra years in high school. So those experience trips, vocational outings, school to work is our primary focus with transportation.
Thank you.
And I think Carla's on as well. Carla Landworth.
If you'll just let us know what your position is at Excel, Carla.
Oh, good morning. I'm sorry, my camera's off. I'm the grant writer and fundraiser for Excel. So I'm just here in case there are questions on the grants that need answering.
Great. Does anybody have any further questions for the Excel team? Thank you so much for being here. We will be in touch with you. We are going to move on to our next interviewee.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning, everybody. Our next interview is All Thrive 365, and I believe Erica Reyes and possibly Cindy Quintero. Welcome, ladies. We have I gotta get this better organized. Sorry. We have a request for equipment, dispatch routing software, and for preventive maintenance.
Okay, welcome and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce every member of your team, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency for 1 minute. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Erica Reyes. I serve as the programs administrator here at All Thrive 365, formerly known as FSL or Foundation for Senior Living. I am a one-woman show this morning. Unfortunately, Cindy wasn't able to join us, so it's just me. But a little bit about our organization. So we're a nonprofit organization serving older adults, individuals with disabilities, and low-income residents across Arizona for over 50 years. Our mission is to support individuals to age independently, safely, and with peace of mind through our 3 pillars, which is health, housing, and connection. Our transportation program that we will be reviewing today is one of our programs under our health and connection pillars. Really quickly, outside of the transportation program, we also have other programs such as behavioral health homes, adult foster care, adult day health centers, home delivered meals, senior centers, and just so much more. But just wanted to be brief about that. The population served through our transportation program over this past year has been about 500 to 600 unduplicated individuals. 60% of those having an annual income of 30,000 or less, and then about 92% of those are ages 65 and older. So with our funding request, we actually applied, I believe, for 3 of the areas. So public transportation alternatives, respectfully asking for 191,085, and this is primarily the salaries of about 8.25 FTE drivers. Preventative maintenance, we're asking for about $10,000, and this includes our 10 vehicles. Just a little bit about our fleet. They're in excellent to good condition, but as you know, our goal is just to be proactive in maintaining those vehicles to minimize downtime. That is one of our challenges when we are trying to serve people, is especially during the summertime, is our AC tends to go down, even though we try to keep up with maintenance and things like that. And then lastly is our capital equipment. We are requesting 25,000. And a lot of this is a lot of infrastructure for our software. One being Spedsta. So this is a software that we implemented to optimize routes and just alleviate that administrative burden. This program is specific to and really caters a lot to the nonprofit transportation program world. It's been honestly a game changer. We've been able to optimize our efficiencies, our workflows, and it's just like across our organization, we like to invest in software and kind of just alleviate those manual processes so that we could actually do the work that we want to do, right? So like serving people, driving, providing those rides, as well as managing client billing. It's just so much easier on both ends for us as well as our clients, our volunteer drivers as well. And then the second software is Apricot. This is our client management system. And this has really been kind of that central location for our organization. So even outside of our transportation program, we're able to see our unduplicated clients across our various programs, be able to identify needs, do assessments. And if someone is coming to us just for transportation, we also have a process where we do an intake and do an assessment and like, hey, like what other services and programs can you benefit from either us or from our partner organizations? And I think that's pretty much it. I know you asked in the last interview if we would accept partial funding acceptance, kind of the same thing that Kay sharing that sentiment is full funding would be appreciated, but anything is appreciated as well. And I know we have been partners previously, so just appreciate your guys' support.
Thank you, Erica. We do like to ask that question in case there's an agency who sometimes we request, sometimes, an agency can get an amount that's not actually beneficial for the amount of work needed to maintain that fund. So we appreciate that answer. We'll begin with questions from the committee. Are there any questions for Erica from the rest of the committee? Erica, I might have failed to take a good note. Can you remind me of what your position is?
Yes, programs administrator.
Great. When you said that the intake process evaluates and then perhaps tries to determine if a service can be provided or should be provided by a partner. Who do you mean when you say partners?
Sure. It could be a nonprofit or a for-profit organization. So kind of a specific example is, let's say someone comes to us, and is needing transportation, but perhaps maybe they have mental health or behavioral health issues. If they can't be served, within our behavioral health homes, then maybe it's, for example, Taros.
Thank you. With the software for optimizing routes, how long have you been using that software?
A little less than a year.
Okay. Participating in coordination is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Sure. Kind of a similar comment, just partnering with our nonprofit and also for-profit organizations. We also try to provide a long-term solution for our riders if they're eligible. So we tend to assist them through the ADA paratransit application if we can.
Great. Any other questions from the committee?
Chair, I just wanted to note for the committee that the third application, the public transportation alternatives, was deemed ineligible, and we did discuss that with some folks at All Thrive 365. I'm not sure if Erica was part of that conversation. So there are two under review today.
Understood. Thank you.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. Anything else you would like to add, Erica?
No, appreciate your guys' time and support. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I think we're ready for the next.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Our next interview is with Astor Aging, and we have Megan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, Arizona Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and it's Megan Wieselman and Michelle Hargreaves. And
we also have Day Williams joining us. He is our operations manager here at ACBVI.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then their request is for preventive maintenance.
Okay. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule, so this interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce every member of your team, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin.
Great. Megan, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Sure. My name is Megan. I am the chief of staff. I was formerly the person who managed our MAG relationship, and it is being moved today, which is why we are both joining today.
Day, go ahead.
Good morning. Dave Williams. I am the campus operations manager, and like Megan mentioned, I'll be taking over the program and managing it for us moving forward.
Great. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time this morning and having us. My name is Michelle Hargreaves. I'm the Chief Development Officer here at ACBVI. I've written each of our grant applications with MAG since we started the partnership. And so I'm pretty familiar with this process. Arizona Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired has been serving the greater Phoenix community since 1947. Our mission is to empower individuals to achieve independence and fully participate in life for individuals who are blind and visually impaired, deaf, blind, or living with combined vision and hearing loss. We primarily serve adults. We classify adults as 16 and up, so we do have some that are in that age range, younger than 18. But many of those adults have experienced vision loss later in life due to some sort of accident, illness, trauma, or age-related conditions. So these are individuals who were born sighted but have to relearn the world as a person who is visually impaired or blind, or also deaf or hard of hearing or doesn't have their hearing. In addition to their vision loss, most of our clients face other challenges such as limited mobility because none of our clients can drive. They have fixed incomes and other health conditions. So transportation is a critical part of our service model. Without it, many of our clients are not able to come to the center to access the training, support, and the community that they need to live independently and return to work. Well, that's ACBVI.
Thank you. Let's begin with questions from the committee. Does anybody have questions for Arizona Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired? Michelle, how often is somebody that you just mentioned who becomes blind later in life, how often are they able to learn the skills and then, transfer right out of your program? Do you have those successes you could tell us about?
Absolutely. So we define success as someone who exits our program and goes into meaningful employment or goes into post-secondary education. So two examples that come to mind. One of our recent clients, her name's Shala, and she has recently returned to ASU to get her master's of social work. We helped her through that process with, completing those applications and articulating those prereqs. So that is someone who has left our program and gone into post-secondary education. We have another client. His name is Ahmet. He was part of our desktop support technician program. This is an IT program that teaches clients how to, they basically learn the CompTIA certification test, CompTIA certification 1 and 2. And so they exit our program with a certification that helps them find employment in entry-level IT. And so we do have a client that graduated from that program and is now working in IT at Amazon. So those are two examples.
Great. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is just for my own edification, but I do know that people who are deaf have a higher rate of developing dementia. Do you feel like your program helps in that regard? Do you work with any dementia-related foundations or anything?
We do have all of our clients are either in a program that is helping them regain independence. Some of those clients that are older who are not seeking to go back to work, they stop at the independence portion. But then other clients go through the vocational portion. So we are serving individuals that are, seeking to be independent and a large percentage of them to go back to work. We do also have a social recreation program where we have clients that come in and they really want to be a part of a community that and spend time with individuals that are living with some of the same challenges that they are. So these are sometimes older individuals who are coming in to play bingo or do music appreciation or, some sort of fun activity like that. And so though we aren't necessarily serving individuals with dementia, I do suspect that some of those individuals might be living with dementia or some sort of cognitive challenges.
Thank you. You might have already addressed this, but due to the amount of the application requests that you might be aware of, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. We're thankful for any funding that we receive through the program. And if that is the case, we would just, prioritize, the most critical maintenance that needs to take place.
And Michelle, participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We, like All Thrive, do refer our clients to paratransit through Dial-A-Ride. We are, constantly reaching out to I shouldn't say constantly. We have a handful of times reached out to our MAG regional transportation manager to ask for support. We've also in the past provided transportation services to other type of events that serve our community. There's two separate conferences where our clients that they will attend those. There's a deaf blind retreat and there's also I'm forgetting the name of it. Megan, can you help me with the name of the other event? It's the event in October, the conference. There's 2 conferences that our clients attend, and we provide transportation to our clients, but also other individuals that are attending those conferences. But we do plan to coordinate when we need support, and we do, plan to respond when other partners need support and reach out to us.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Is there anything else you would like to add? Anybody from your team?
Just that we are incredibly grateful for the partnership that we have with you, and the resources are truly essential to helping our clients get to the center so that they can regain their independence and hopefully return to work. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your interview.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We're doing wonderfully and we are still ahead of schedule. So it looks like our next interview, and I think we have Scott Muller on the phone and possibly Deborah Schaus from Astor Aging. They've requested preventive maintenance and public transportation alternatives funding for the volunteer driver program.
Great.
There we go.
Are you ready to get started now, or do we need to wait for?
No.
Okay. I'll just give a very brief introduction. Welcome and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a pre-packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes. So to keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team, including names and titles. That's all members of your team that are on the call. No need to go crazy. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe about a minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And you can begin your 10 minutes now.
Okay. Well, I've been on for the last couple, and I know you're going to hear this from everybody, but thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate it. My name is Scott Muller. I work at Astor Aging. I'm the Program Operations Director here. And what we do as an agency is we serve the senior population in kind of the East Valley, Mesa. We have through MAG support, been able to expand some of our services into Gilbert and Chandler as well. We were fortunate enough to be in a position to assist an agency that was serving seniors down there, but they had to close. And actually, that's part of what MAG has funded for us is through the Neighbors program. And that's the alternate transportation part of what we have asked for. What we do as an agency, kind of in brief, is we are a home delivered meals provider for about 500 people a day. We have 2 senior centers that we operate in Mesa. And we also do a fair amount of what our CEO likes to call old-fashioned social work, which is trying to link seniors with services and, getting them set up with programs that they may not know that they qualify for. So kind of in a nutshell, that's what Astor Aging is.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll begin with questions from the committee. Does anybody in the room or online have any questions for Scott? So it sounds like volunteers are part of the Neighbors program that deliver these meals. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are. So in the Neighbors program, we do a lot of what we call like friendly visits. We also do a fair amount of transportation utilizing our volunteers. We take people to pharmacy for doctor appointments, to get them to pharmacies, to get their medications, and to do some grocery shopping as well. And in fact, the first part of the year, I'm just starting our 3rd quarter reporting, but for the first part of the year, we utilized actually 75 volunteers to help 200 individuals make those trips. The other thing that we do is we are linked with an affordable housing complex called Encore on First. There we assist people in also doing kind of the same type of thing, going grocery shopping, making doctor's appointments, getting them to pharmacies. And in that program, we actually did 120 trips in the first part of the year for them. We also try and bring them to our center as well. That's what we utilize. Mag's very gracious with us, and we do have a couple of the big cutaway passenger vans. And that's what we use those for as well, is to try and get them to the center and get them to the appointments that they need. And again, that's kind of feeds into the preventative maintenance part of what we're asking as well. Unfortunately, we had somebody misjudge when a vehicle's, let's say, 12 feet tall and it says that the clearance is about 11 feet, that typically doesn't work. And so we had to utilize some of those funds recently to get an air conditioner fix on top of the vehicle. But that's just one of the reasons why we asked for the preventative maintenance portion of the grant as well. Fortunately, we haven't usually had to use too much of it, but it's one of those physics things. If something is 12 feet tall, it doesn't fit under 11 and a half feet.
Yes, we know this to be true.
Yeah.
When you talked about the 2 senior centers that you serve, is that a residential program or a day program or both?
No, what there is, they're centers for individuals to come in and do things like take classes, to meet up with clubs and things like that, most of which we facilitate. Things like sewing, a lot of actual, like, I would call it semi-aerobic activities, like chair yoga. And then we also furnish a congregate meal at both of the centers. We typically serve on each one. Downtown, we're a little bit smaller. We probably have an average about 40 people per congregate meal, up to 50. Depends on what we're serving. At Red Mountain, which is a little bit further east, closer to AJ, typically we're between like 60 and 70 individuals, and that's pretty much year round. And now in the winter time, that can get closer to 100.
Sure.
Like per congregate meal.
Right. Thank you. It looks like we do have a question from a member of the committee, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lindsay. Hey, thank you, Scott. Hey, I wanted to give you kudos on that About Care acquisition. That was a very thorough answer, so I do appreciate that. Actually, the other question actually may be related to the other question that we had for you guys. And actually, this is probably either a MAG or City of Phoenix thing about that final invoice. Did that get situated? It
Yes,
sounds
it did.
like there was a issue there. I want to make sure that got resolved.
Yes, it did. Thank you for asking. Actually, Deborah let me know right before I got on that we did receive that check. There was, and apparently it looks like it was used back in September. I think there was an issue maybe with the postal service or an address, but that has been cleared up.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is Stephanie, and I'm from Phoenix. I'm so sorry about that. We've figured it out what the issue is, and we updated that right away. I'm so sorry.
Oh, not a problem. Yeah, not at all. But nice to see you in person, by the way. I think I've shot you emails before. It's nice to put a face with an email now.
Scott, due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding.
Of course.
Okay. And participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
So, our goal is always, so I'm fairly familiar with MAG. I actually was a regional mobility manager there for a while. And so mass transit, using the vehicles that we've, been granted in order to try and get, individuals, specifically our senior individuals, out of their homes and into the community, is something that's very important to me. That's one of the reasons why we are connected with Encore. It's one of the reasons why we're connected with Discovery Point. I personally believe in, and as an agency, we believe in trying to empower our seniors to not become essentially kind of homebound. So one of the things that, we certainly want to do is we as soon as past training starts again, we want to be a part of that. We do attend, all of the MAG meetings that are held. And we do want to be a part of, anything having to do with getting people out of their homes and utilizing the vehicles to the best that we can, not just necessarily strictly for Astor individuals.
Great. Is there anything else you would like to add?
No, other than, you're going to hear this from everyone, but thank you so much for your support and for partnering with us. It's extremely important to us. I hope that we're doing an honor by this, by providing our individuals with the service and honoring the commitment that you guys give to us. So thank you very much, and I hope you can continue to help us out.
Thanks, Scott. We appreciate what you do as well.
All right.
That concludes our interview. Have a great day.
Right. Thank you all.
Chair, we have a couple of folks on. I just wanted to introduce that this next two interviews are have some crossover because they're managed by a parent company that's similar. So we're going to start with Bethesda Foundation, and then we will move into Livestream, and we have some duplicate people on those interviews. I see that, let's see, do we have everyone on from Bethesda? I know we are running early.
Hello.
Austin is there. So I have on Bethesda, Kyle Caswell, Kristen Kelly, Robert Miller, and Austin Harbach.
I think we are likely waiting on Kyle.
And we can wait just a moment. We're running ahead, so we'll just pause for a second. Thank you. Just checking back in. Do we have everybody on? Or are we still waiting?
We are still missing Kyle, but I'm happy to get started if you want, Wendy.
Why don't we do that? Sure.
Yeah.
It's Austin.
Yeah. How you guys been doing today?
We're good. What I'm gonna do is introduce your application types. Let's see, Bethesda has asked for vehicles, 2 vehicles, a cutaway and a minivan with ramp.
Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team who are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, probably just 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin.
Sounds great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Austin Harbach. I'm our Chief Legal and Risk Officer for Bethesda Gardens. I have here with me Robert Miller. He's our Chief Administrative Officer. We were going to have Kristen Kelly, who helps with these applications, but she took ill, so she can't be here today. So a little bit about Bethesda Gardens Phoenix. We have been serving the Phoenix area for almost 30 years this year. It's an assisted living and memory care community that serves seniors, all of who do have disabilities, serve seniors as their home. We provide typical assisted living services to those residents. So we help with their activities of daily living, provide all their meals. We have a robust activities program for those residents and help them with medication management and that sort of thing. I'm really focused on person-centered care for those residents, helping them really live their best lives at this time in their life. So like I said, 133 apartments at that community, and we actually are began this month the construction of another 28 apartment memory care building. So the community also serves residents with dementia, Alzheimer's, in a secured facility and provides for those residents care. So that is Bethesda Gardens Phoenix. Our need for these 2 vehicles that we're requesting the grant today is really, as those communities are the residents' home, we provide activities both on-site and off-site for those residents. So taking them to the activity events that we provide and plan for them. We also use the vehicles to take those residents to medical appointments and any other scheduled appointments that they might need to request. So they are going to be in use 7 days a week at that location for those 133 residents. And really, the question asks, any impacts if we don't receive funding for those vehicles for that location? It would impact our ability to provide the level of activities that we want to provide for the transportation of those residents. So the impact would be less transportation that we'd be able to provide. And then you had also asked if we could indicate whether or not we'd accept partial funding, and we prefer not to, if that's an option, as the money is needed to really reach the level of transportation that those residents need, deserve, and that we'd like to provide for them, including with the construction of the new facility, which we're very excited about. So that's the overview of the application.
Great. I might have cut you off. Are you ready for committee questions?
I am.
Okay. Any questions from the committee here or online? Okay, so you already answered a question that you anticipated coming. Can you accept partial funding? So that, I suppose that would mean, would you only accept 1 out of the 2 vehicles? You prefer the full amount? Is that what
We do prefer the full amount. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
No on partial funding. Yep. Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We definitely want to be involved in the overall community planning. We've already scheduled and plan on attending the regular MAG regional community meetings, and really just both to see what events, what coordination activities are already taking place, but additionally to see how we can offer help and be involved in that discussion.
Thank you. Any other
Yeah.
questions from the committee? We've got one, Matt Dudley, City of Avondale.
Yeah, hey, Bethesda team, just wanted to give you a little shout out. Those are some pretty solid answers you guys gave for kind of a first time applicant. I do appreciate the thoroughness of the answer. I did notice that the maintenance plan is tied almost kind of like what Lifestream has, but given that it's a parent organization, I definitely understand. But do you see, is there any difference really kind of in your maintenance between the two organizations going forward, or is it pretty much essentially the same, which is okay, by the way?
No, thank you for the question, Mr. Dudley. It would be identical. If the vehicles were the same, the particular schedule for the maintenance plan will definitely be dependent on the type and make of vehicle. But our maintenance process, which is pretty robust, would be identical in that we will be tracking when vehicle service, scheduled maintenance service needs to take place, automatically within our system, and we use TELS through Direct Supply to track those things and make sure that they happen on time and appropriately. And we would likely be using the same outside vendor to perform regular inspections, those sorts of events.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've got a question from in the room.
Hi, this is Stephanie Rangel from the City of Phoenix. As you are a first-time applicant, how robust is your preventive maintenance program? Because there are certain requirements relating to receiving the federally funded vehicles. So I just want to ensure that you can maintain them in the proper condition that FTA requires.
Yes, ma'am. No, thank you for that question. And Bethesda is a first-time applicant. I personally have experience with the federal grant program, the Section 5310 program. So both our daily inspection logs before and after use of the vehicle are federally compliant. I've reviewed them. We have those. We have monthly maintenance as well on a fairly detailed, it's detailed quite well in our policies and procedures that I have ready to put in place for these two communities if we're granted the grant. So there would be monthly in-house maintenance as well as per the maintenance schedule, outside inspections, both for the vehicles and any of the lift ramps scheduled within our system and having outside providers provide those inspections. I do believe the plans that I have, our procedures are compliant with the federal requirements
Okay.
and would be going forward. Yes, ma'am.
So just, I want to let you know that if you are awarded the funds, there is a requirement for a vehicle maintenance plan, and we would send you a sample copy of that. And that would have to be in place prior to receiving the vehicles.
Yes, ma'am. I actually received the template vehicle maintenance plan that the City of Phoenix distributed, I believe, last August.
Okay.
And I am ready to roll with those for both locations.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We're almost out of time, but I do see that Kyle Caswell was able to join. If we could just have Kyle introduce themselves and their role.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you. We can't see you
I
yet.
do apologize. My camera is having issues. I just hopped off another call, but it's not working for some reason. So, yes, I'm the executive director at Bethesda Gardens Phoenix. I've been here, it'll be 3 years in October. It's my third community I've managed. So it's an absolutely fabulous community. We generally stay full, about 95, 96% occupancy. And, you know, this sort of program, it's a huge need for us. There's lots of outings, trips that we do frequently, multiple times throughout the week. So it would bring a lot of engagement and then just general needs for the residents for doctor's visits, etc.
Great. Thank you for being here. We were a little ahead of schedule, so Austin ran us through most of the interview. At this point, is there any other question from the committee members? Kyle, Austin, anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to thank you all for your time and really putting this opportunity forward. I know it takes a lot of work on the city's end and like quite a bit of work. So really appreciate you guys taking time to meet with us and giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
It is important work. Thank you for all you do as well. That concludes your interview. Thank you for your time.
And then most of
Gonna
them will be staying
move
on
right along.
for the live stream request and also a request for vehicles, 2 cutaways and 2 minivans.
Okay, you already heard this, but I'll go through it again. Welcome and thank you for your time here today. I'm Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief interview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Your 10 minutes can begin now.
Thank you, Ms. Post. So again, my name is Austin Harbach, Chief Legal and Risk Officer for Lifestream Complete Senior Living. I have here with me as well Robert Miller, who's our Chief Administrative Officer, Lisa Cisco, who's our Executive Director at our Lifestream at North Phoenix Community, and Charlene Kruger, who's our Executive Director, and the Executive Director is the head of the location, at our Lifestream at Glendale Community. A little bit about Lifestream Complete Senior Living. It is a 60-year-old company who has always served in the Phoenix area, used to have skilled nursing facilities, assisted living communities. Currently, we have 2 independent living locations, which really is restricted to older adults, many of whom do have disabilities. We provide meals to those residents. We provide cleaning, and we do have a robust activities program for those residents at each community. And that segues into really how these vehicles would be used. 2 of them, one van, 1 cutaway, 1 minivan with ramp would be located at Lifestream at Glendale, and the other 2 would be located at Lifestream at North Phoenix. North Phoenix is a 77 apartment location, and Lifestream at Glendale is 169 apartments. The vehicles would be used to transport residents for medical appointments when requested, take them shopping, take them on any activities that they wish to go on, really provide transportation for those residents who do not have it, and then provide for offsite activities. Additionally, those communities do have outside charity programs, let's say activities for residents to give back to the community. And Lisa, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Austin. And thank you, everybody, for just the opportunity. Livestream at North Phoenix has, we take great opportunity to be able to serve others and not be, it's super easy for senior adults to be very, very focused on themselves as their lives are changing. And so we go off of our property, which is why the vehicles would be super helpful, to do things like feed my starving children, to serve at St. Vincent de Paul, to serve at Operation Christmas Child. So we find that once we start focusing on other people and giving people an opportunity whose abilities are changing to get off of outside of their home and serve other people, that it just changes just quality of life. So that's one of the things that we love to do at North Phoenix. So does that answer it, Austin?
It does, yeah. The 4 current vehicles used by the Lifestream right now are in great need of replacement. So if we're not successful in obtaining these grants, it would again limit our ability to provide transportation for our residents.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And for that reason as well, we would prefer not to accept partial funding for this grant.
Understood. Thank you. Let's begin with questions from the committee. Are there any questions online or in the room? Okay, you answered one question already, but for the sake of keeping it all the same, Due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will request partial funding. You answered no.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you answered this already, but perhaps it's different from Livestream. Participating in coordination's efforts is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Again, yes, same as the answer before. We intend to join those regional meetings, all of those regional meetings, and really give back and be involved in the discussion on how we can meet the greater community's needs on an ongoing basis.
I understand that both or all the programs under the umbrellas have a lot of needs. So it sounds like resource sharing can be quite difficult if you're operating 7 days a week. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yes, I can. We do have limited resources, and we'll definitely put to use these vehicles if they're granted to us. Still, we've been operating for quite a while, and I think we could at least give ideas and be a part of the discussion on the greater community's need and be able to help with that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anything else you or members of your team would like to add?
No, ma'am. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity. We really appreciate you all.
Thank you for your time. That concludes your interviews.
Thank you. I hope you all have a good day.
You too.
I'm so happy we are still ahead of schedule with such a busy schedule. So the next interview is with Chandler Gilbert Ark, Billy Parker, Michael Miller, and Juan Beltran. Is everybody here?
Good morning. It's actually Billy and Michael are here. Juan is not here.
Okay. And just to introduce the applications, Chandler Gilbert Ark has requested a mobility management position, preventive maintenance, and vehicles, and it is one raised roof van.
Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. This interview is 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, maybe about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes can begin now.
That sounds great. Good morning. Michael's actually leaving the room to see if Juan's available. He was on a phone call, so but I'll start. My name is Billy Parker. I'm Executive Director for Chandler Gilbert Ark. I'm also a sub-regional mobility manager and have been for 12 years, I believe. I've been with Chandler Gilbert Ark since 1994 and have been the Executive Director since 2013. I'll give you a little bit of information. Also here with me is, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Michael Miller, Director of Operations.
And Juan Beltran, Director of Finance and Business Services.
So I'll just give you a condensed little bit of information about the organization. We work with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We've been in business since 1975, so we are in year 51 this year. We serve somewhere between 150 and 200 people a year in community living services, adult day services, community integrated employment, and transportation. Everybody we work with adults only. And our community living program is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and serves approximately 40 people. We have been involved in the 5310 program really since before I started here, since I think 1993. And I've been sort of the face of mobility management for the last 12 years and have done most of the grants since that time as well, but Michael has sort of taken over on the grants. So that's kind of a nutshell about the organization. And Do you want me to just go ahead and talk about some of the proposals?
Yes, please tell us what you applied for and what the needs are.
Fantastic, I will do that. Okay, I'm gonna be talking about the mobility management position. Again, I have sort of represented the agency. We've always done mobility management really as a team, because we feel like it involves so many different people. But I've always been sort of the face of mobility management and plan to continue to do that. I'm actually retiring this year, yay me, after 32 years with the organization, but I'm going to stay on a part-time basis and continue to represent the agency in mobility management. In terms of kind of what we do as mobility managers, we really see mobility management as us being really a conduit between people that need transportation and people that provide transportation or any kind of mobility assistance. So in doing that, we really do a lot of networking with other organizations, whether they be people that serve people with disabilities or people that are elderly or people that really anybody that has transportation challenges. And so in terms of mobility management, like I said, we really feel like we act as a conduit for services and for the community, and have been really pleased to be part of the program, which has really changed a lot over the last 12 years. As Wendy has probably indicated to you, management at the City of Phoenix level has changed in mobility management, and so we're really kind of feeling our way through that transition and determining what mobility management was going to look like moving forward. But in terms of like the past year, some of the major projects that I've worked on in mobility management have been vehicle loaning or vehicle sharing, which has been a program that we've been involved in for probably the last 15 years. And it's actually been a really strong program. It's received national recognition through the Community Transportation Association of America as a best practice. And so we continue to represent that. We have partners right now who we do vehicle sharing with. And we're really pleased to have that program in place. And I do training on it. And I also give advice to people that are interested in doing that as well. In terms of collaboration and coordination, another one of my really kind of significant projects that I've worked on over the course of the last couple of years is really trying to sort of simplify the vehicle disposal process and kind of get that to a place where it's easy for anybody to be able to dispose of a vehicle and to kind of be able to interpret the policies with both the City of Phoenix and also with ADOT. So that's been something that I've worked closely with Wendy on over the past few years, and it's involved a couple of modifications to the actual policy and a lot of information like that. Recently, also, one of the things we were able to do for the first time as a disposal is we've learned more about the auction process as well. And so we just auctioned our first vehicle, which was an ADOT vehicle, and found that process is now making more sense to us. And we see why some people choose to use it, because it really does, it can work quite well. So we're really pleased about that. Other than that, we've worked with a bunch of organizations that have been in touch with us, and we're always sort of looking at transportation options for anybody in the community. One that's notable, ChristianCare.org contacted us this year, and they were looking for a short-term accessible vehicle rental. I hooked them up with Turo, who personally I have used, which is a car sharing service that's sort of like Airbnb for vehicles, and found that that's a resource that not enough people really know about. And they contacted them, and they circled around and got back in touch with me and said the person who they were in touch with had more than one accessible vehicle that they were able to let them rent for short term. So that was a really good resource. And, just other networking that we've done with other organizations, providers, in terms of assisting them with disposals, with vehicle sharing, with just gathering resources. So that's kind of a short version of what we do in mobility management. So if nobody has any questions, I'll go on, or if you want to go through everything first, then we can do that as well. So
No, I think you can go on. I was once a 5310 program manager at ADOT, so I remember the dark days of vehicle disposal. So thank you for sharing that.
of course, that was an ADOT vehicle that we actually disposed of too, which was really nice to finally work through the process. So we felt like we accomplished something in only 14 months.
Yeah, right.
Thank
Perfect
you.
for our retirement gift, right?
Right.
Yeah, other than that, go ahead and keep going.
Okay.
So good morning, everybody. Again, Michael Miller, Director of Operations. I'm going to talk about our request for preventative maintenance dollars. We are requesting $116,142 in preventive maintenance funding, and we are able to meet the local match of $23,229. Each day, we're serving approximately 75 individuals, and transportation is incredibly important, both for employment, for medical care, and to get our members to meaningful community activities. We currently have about approximately 20 5310 vehicles. Half of those have over 100,000 miles on them. And the most recent vehicle we have is from 2021. So we've done a good job of maintaining the vehicles. We've partnered with several vendors, Copper State, United Fleet Management. We have Discount Tire that comes and provides maintenance on our vehicles here at the site. So we've really utilized vendors well in order to
You've got 1 minute. Sorry, keep going.
oh goodness, to keep preventative maintenance low and cost as effective as we can. Again, the preventative maintenance continues to go up. Inflation, cost of parts, cost of labor, all of that continues to go up. The increase in the age of the vehicles continues to make preventative maintenance incredibly important. Briefly, we also are requesting a raised roof vehicle with lift for $128,000. We can meet the local match of $19,200. Again, similar as what I just stated with the preventive maintenance as to why vehicles are so important. We are awaiting a vehicle that we requested from last year and did get approval for. However, that was a minivan. And again, now we're trying to get a raised roof vehicle because those vehicles would be utilized in different areas for different types of members. So again, we're hoping to get that, and I can answer any questions you guys have about the vehicle request or the preventative maintenance request.
Thank you. I think we've got time for just one, which is because of the amount of application requests, we just want to know if your agency can and will accept partial funding if necessary.
Yes, and I assume that would be preventative maintenance dollars, and so yes, we will
You can't
continue to
accept
provide
half
the
a vehicle,
services.
I guess.
Yeah, we're continuing to provide the services that we've been providing. We would just have to make adjustments as needed to kind of meet those needs.
Thank you for your time today. That is our 10 minutes. So that's it for your interview, and we thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So the time is 10:25 and we have a break scheduled after this interview. The next interview is scheduled for 10:40, but we can start early. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:35?
Okay. Our break has completed. It is 10:35, so I want to get us started after our break. We're just taking care of things in-house. Looks like we've got all members of the committee back. Great. Wendy, can you introduce the next group?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just get my stuff scheduled here. Our next group interview is Christian Care Fellowship Square. And we should have Jessica Holzapfel and Jamie Van Geisel.
Great.
And they have requested let's see, sorry. Vehicles. So a cutaway, a raised roof van, and 3 minivans.
Okay. Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, everybody who's on the call today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes can begin now. I see Jess is unmuted. Can you just confirm that you can hear and speak to us?
Good morning. I
Perfect.
apologize. I'm having some technical issues.
We heard you for a second and then it cut out just a minute. Go ahead and give it a try now.
I can hear. I'm just trying to get my camera going. I'm so
Don't worry about the camera. You can proceed as is with just your voice. If we can hear you, that's plenty.
What about now?
We can hear you. We were worried there was going to be a little bit of delay, but it sounds like we've got that okay. But we can't.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Good morning. My name is Jessica. Okay. My name is Jessica Holzapfel, and I am the grant writer and manager for Christian Care Retirement Apartments, doing business as Fellowship Square Phoenix. I'm joined by our COO, Jamie Van Geisel, today, and we serve older adults across the full continuum of care, from being assisted living, memory care, and many of whom require transportation. They no longer drive and depend on us for their primary community engaged activities. We are requesting 5 vehicles, as Wendy mentioned, 1 cutaway with a lift, 1 raised roof. 2 of those minivans will be shared with our Surprise campus to support coordinated efforts and help with their transportation needs. Currently, our fleet is aging and really not very aligned with our service demand. Currently have several of our vehicles have reached or are approaching the FTA useful life per their guidelines. And over the past 4 years, we've incurred annually about $41,000 just in major repairs alone on our vehicles. So there's definitely a need for our fleet to be upgraded. Also, we don't have as many minivans. Predominantly, we use our transportation for medical appointments or shopping trips for our residents. And since we don't have that, we're using our cutaways oftentimes for like small groups of our residents, like 3 to 4. It's not a very efficient or sustainable use of the resources that we have, definitely increases our operational costs and reduces our reliability. And then there's service disruptions. We, as I mentioned, want to share two of our bands, if awarded all five, with our Surprise campus. That would streamline the needs across several of them. We're also streamlining our full fleet and maintenance across all 6 of our campuses within the organization. Without the funding, we would continue to experience increased maintenance costs and disrupted services, but we would accept partial funding. We realize that's a pretty large ask, so we would just prioritize vehicle replacements with the most critical, and make sure we're using the right size vehicles whenever possible. And I'm not sure if Jamie wants to add anything.
No, I think you covered it, Jess. I think it just is important to say that these two communities serve almost 1,000 individuals, a vulnerable population, and many who have no family support, no ability to drive, no ability to get to medical appointments, to get to the grocery store, to purchase groceries, to get to activities or any type of social events without the support from our transportation departments.
Thank you. If that concludes your presentation, we'll move on to committee questions. We do have one from Matt Dudley, City of Avondale.
Yeah, Jess and Jamie, thank you very much. So when it comes to maintenance, so does your agency have a specific maintenance plan? And also, is this maintenance done in-house or do you go through like a third-party vendor for maintenance?
Yeah, we don't perform the maintenance in-house. We all maintenance is performed at a licensed garage. That would be, with individuals licensed to perform the service on our buses, our vans, or whatever the vehicle might be. We do have a in-house maintenance plan, which would be your preventative maintenance, regular oil changes. The problem we're having now is this is kind of exceeding what your typical preventative maintenance plan would be because of the age of the vehicles.
Okay, thank you. So you guys do actually have a plan that if, I don't know, if Phoenix or MAG needed to see that plan, you could provide to them.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Up to par with MAG standards.
All right, thank you.
Jess or Jamie, you did mention that you serve about 1,000 individuals. Are these programs residential based, day programs, both?
Residential based.
Okay. What sorts of activities do your clientele get to participate in with the use of these vehicles?
Oh goodness, a lot of fun stuff. I was just actually looking over the activity calendar. I mean, they go to the symphony, they go to plays, they go to a lot of different events, throughout the Phoenix metro area, throughout the Surprise or the West Valley. And like I said, in addition to that, it's running errands, it's getting residents to the bank, it's getting them to the grocery store, so they have opportunities to purchase, food. So there's a lot of different things, but there is an intention in providing outings weekly to ensure those social opportunities. But they vary from week to week.
Great. You did mention already that due to the amount of application requests, we wanted to know if your agency will accept partial funding, and Jess did answer that for us. Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Jess, I'm going to let you answer that.
We might have lost Jess.
Okay, we might have lost her. So you said coordination, and I'm not familiar. Coordination of services.
That's okay. So it's probably that Jess is more familiar, but there are MAG TAP meetings. There are trainings, there are coordination with other agencies, for example. Do you do any like resource sharing or anything like that around the region?
Like I said, that would be something Jess is more involved in, but I want to say yes, because this is not, we are experienced with MAGs, so I want to say yes, but we are fully committed to any requirement of the MAGs grant.
Great. Anything else from the committee for Jamie? Jamie, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so.
Well, thank you for your time. That is the conclusion of your interview.
Well, thank you for your time and consideration.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
Okay, on to our next interview. We have Hezekiah Sropcha from the city of Chandler, and the request is for the public transportation alternatives, the Chandler Flex program.
Great. Welcome to you both. Thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute. More importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And you may begin.
Thank you, Chair Post, and members of the committee. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so it will be just me today. My name is Hezekiah Sropcha. I am a senior transportation planner here at the city of Chandler under the Transportation Policy Division, where we oversee all of our transit and alternative transportation work. The project that we're requesting for today is for our Chandler Flex microtransit services. The city of Chandler provides different types of transit to our community, which includes you might be very familiar with our bus routes, our local and express bus system, and we also have a first mile, last mile program with Lyft, but more importantly for today is our Chandler Flex microtransit service. The Chandler Flex microtransit service covers about 23 square miles of our 63 of the city of Chandler 63 incorporated square miles. So about a third, a little bit over a third of the city area. And it covers an area that does not have great or plenty access to that fixed route system that we have with 11 routes. So it's a complementary service. It provides both door to door and curb to curb and curb to curb and corner to corner services depending on demand and availability of our vehicles. We have 9 vehicles in the fleet right now. They don't all operate at the same time, but at peak times we do have all of our vehicles on the roads serving our population. We provide a microtransit to all and every resident and visitor of the city of Chandler. And for the matters of this grant, a small but important part of our ridership includes older adults and people with disabilities, which is part of that curb to curb service that we have specifically for them. So the grant request is for 90,000 share of federal money to cover the expenses of operating the service when we are providing the trips specifically to this population. Um, uh, Again, as I said, this is a small portion. We have about 50,000 trips a year, and probably around 1 to 2,000 of those trips are older adults and people with disabilities, maybe up to 3,000 per year. So it would help us to be able to cover those trips, a part of the cost of those of operating those trips in our service. One important thing is that we are willing to accept partial funding for the operation of this service through the grant. And the city is committed to provide this service to all the residents and to the specific population of the grant beyond the award or not the award of this grant. We will continue to provide the services, but receiving this grant will be helpful for our city to be able to manage future expansions, better service levels, and improve the quality of the service.
Great. Thank you. If that concludes your presentation, we can move to questions from the committee. I did have a couple, Hezekias.
Yes.
You mentioned that you can achieve curb to curb or corner to corner, I think probably depending on need. If you had a client who needed door to door or door through door, is that a different program that you'd have to refer them to?
Yes, as I said, we provide different services, transit services in the city, and along with our fixed route service, we do provide paratransit and ride choice. And ride choice covers the entirety of the city, so includes all the areas within Chandler Flex. So anybody that needs more of the hand holding services can use either ride choice or paratransit, which is a higher level of service.
How much do you charge for your microtransit trips?
Our trips have a standard fare of $2 with discount fares depending on the type of trips. For older adults and persons with disability, we do have a discounted fare of $1 per trip.
And does the fare revenue go back into the program and help offset costs?
Yes, the fare revenue is collected by our service provider and is discounted on the invoices that we receive for payment of the service.
Great. You mentioned that you're committed to providing services to all residents. I am not familiar with the demographic makeup on the daily basis with Chandler, but in the city of Tempe, for example, we have a lot more people who work in Tempe than live. Does that mean that you would also provide services to non-residents but who are in Chandler?
Yes, anyone within the service area, those 23 square miles that I've mentioned, that have an account or create an account either through the app or calling our customer service, are able to use the service independently of being residents or not.
We do have a question from a member of the committee, Matt Dudley, City of Avondale.
Hey, Hezekias, good stuff. I'm a little partial to microtransit here. So when Flex started, right, it was just student-based, but how have you seen that, like the ridership trends with, once you started adding seniors and disabled, I think you mentioned there was like 3,000 trips. Have you seen a growth in demand as you've added the seniors and disabled into the program?
Thank you, Matt, for that question through the chair and committee members. Um, so we actually started with a heavy focus on students, but it was always open for all residents and visitors of the city. The numbers for older adults and people with disabilities have not really changed much, maybe increased by a little bit, but just marginal terms. What we have seen is that while in the beginning our heavy focus was on the student ridership, that number has gone from more than half of our trips being students to only about 25% of them now. So we are serving a more diverse group of people and diverse types of trips, which may include more diverse trips for the populations that this grant serves.
Ah, excellent. Good stuff. That's what I like to hear. Thanks, Hezekias.
Thank you, Matt.
Are there any other questions from the committee members in person or online for Hezekias? One last question. As you know, participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We'll continue to attend to any coordination efforts provided by the City of Phoenix and by MEG. We have diligently attended the TAP meetings, and we know that there have been some changes happening to the program, and we keep an eye on that to make sure that we follow any of the updates and any of the efforts of workshops and other coordination meetings. And we will plan to continue doing that along with helping any agency of a similar type of service that needs help with understanding anything related to the grant or related to service operations.
Thank you. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I just would like to say thank you for the committee for taking the time to review all of these applications. I know it's very time consuming. And on a funny note, on my 4 years on the committee, I never got to get breakfast when I was interviewed. So I'm jealous of you guys.
Especially on an economic downturn. What's going on? Well, thank you. Oh, he did. So we just want to confirm in the room, you did mention that you would be willing to accept partial funding.
Yes.
Great. That concludes your interview time. Thank you for your time today, Nancy and Ezekias.
Thank you so much.
It looks like we don't have the City of Glendale representative on the call yet. I'm sending a notice to see if they will be logging in. So we'll just take a pause for a minute or two. Good afternoon. I see Sarah Brown from the City of Phoenix is on. Good afternoon. I was just checking our interview prior to yours has not appeared yet and wondering if you were ready to go early. I know you have Guillermo as well. Are we waiting for Guillermo to log on?
Hi, Wendy. Actually, Guillermo is out unexpectedly today, but Albert is in and he'll be joining us. And so I can just pop over real quick and ask if he can hop on right now and we can get.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Albert will be on momentarily. He was just in the process of joining.
I see him coming on. In the meantime, I will go ahead and introduce your item here. We have the City of Phoenix, Sarah Brown and Albert Crespo interviewing, and their request is for public transportation alternatives, the Ride Choice program for the City of Phoenix.
Yes, that's correct.
Keep doing. I see City of Glendale is on. We are continuing with the City of Phoenix interview, and we'll catch you in just a few minutes. And also, Stephanie Rangel with the City of Phoenix for the City of Phoenix application has a conflict of interest and will not be participating in the interview.
Okay. Thanks, Wendy. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1 minute mark. Please introduce the members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute, and most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes, and the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and your 10 minutes begins now.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. I'm Albert Crespo, Deputy Public Transit Director for the City of Phoenix, and I'm here with Sarah Brown. Sarah, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Sarah Brown. I am the Special Transportation Program Manager overseeing our paratransit, dial-a-ride, and microtransit programs.
And so Sarah will be going over the logistics of the program and some of the questions that you have for us.
Thank you, Albert. Yes, our customers that we serve within this program are ADA certified and adults that are 65 and over. And really the Ride Choice program complements our paratransit dial-a-ride program. The need for this funding exists because as our Ride Choice program has expanded since it began, it has rapidly expanded. There's a great demand for it. Currently with our dial-a-ride program, our customers are taking about 25,000 trips per month, and our Ride Choice customers are taking about 4,000 trips per month. And the majority of those customers are our ADA customers. And so the Ride program really operates in a very complementary way to our paratransit service. Paratransit is reliable, it's on time, it's scheduled appointments, it's getting to from place of employment. The Ride Choice program operates on demand, and so it allows a lot more flexibility for those customers who do have mobility challenges, whether it's due to a disability or due to age-related factors. And so the Ride Choice program is really important as a complementary service to our dial-a-ride program. And so there's definitely a need. There is a wait list for our Ride Choice program, and so receiving funding would allow us to expand some of the availability to customers who would like to participate in the Ride Choice program. We're constantly looking at ways that we can increase our efficiency, and so having a little bit more funding will allow us to line and improve that service while bringing in new. We certainly understand that there is a high demand for funding from MAG for these programs, and the City of Phoenix is committed to our local share, and whatever MAG is able to contribute to help offset some of those local costs, we're appreciative, and we will accept a reduced amount if that is the decision of the committee.
Thank you. If that is your presentation, we can move to questions from the committee.
Great.
Do we have any? Looks like we do. Matt Dudley, City of Avondale, go ahead.
Hey, Sarah, good to see you again. So you guys mentioned that you have a wait list. How big is your current wait list?
Our current wait list is at 428, so it continues to grow. And within the actual individuals that are enrolled in the program, we have different mileage buckets, which we're tracking. So customers can take 20 trips or 50 trips or up to, or not trips, miles, or up to 400 miles. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at, that if we need to make some adjustments, then we could potentially modify some of those buckets and who is able to take a certain number of miles. But the last time we checked prior to yesterday, the list was in the 300s, and now it's at 428. So there's definitely a demand for people to participate in the Ride Choice program.
Wow. So do you guys like have an average? I know on the Avondale side, it's like $10,000 plus per year for each Ride Choice rider. Is that, how do you guys decide to start letting folks in?
Yeah, Albert, I'll let you take this one.
Sure. So this is only the second year of the program. We're still looking at the program logistics to see if we can maintain, active users. Annually, we're looking at active users to make sure if individuals are not using the program, that we transition folks in. We've expanded the program twice since it started. Depending on budget and what we can allocate and what we can apply for, we'll continue to expand the program.
Okay. All right.
Reference the first 6 months of Ride Choice back in 2024, the average trip per month was 1,279, and now the last 6 months we're over 4,200 trips per month. So you can see how quickly this program has grown just in that short amount of time.
Okay. And you guys are still using kind of like what the region does. I think the 2 mileage based and the 2 trip based programs.
Yes,
it's the same
that's
thing
correct.
that everyone else does. Okay.
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot of need and a lot of demand over there.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's been very popular since inception, and we're trying to balance that supply and demand. We coordinate with Valley Metro weekly, have those discussions, and again, trying to look at active users to make decisions based on that.
Yeah. I do love the wait list concept, though. I think that helps definitely control cost. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Thanks, Matt.
Are there any other questions from the committee in person or online? Sarah, Albert, as you know, participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve participation to meet this requirement?
So we engage regularly with MAG, with the ambassador program. We have multiple staff that attend those meetings. We work closely with the FTA. I think that's just something that's a constant with Phoenix. It's part of our plan. It's part of our contracts. That coordination is just always there, especially now with the variety of funding scenarios that are occurring in the region.
Thank you. Is there anything else either of you would like to add?
I know there's a lot of demand for the program. I think Phoenix is another city that it's very successful. I think what I'm looking forward to is seeing how it grows in Phoenix, but also compare notes. I think Matt kind of alluded to that. I think the cities are going to have to compare notes on how the program runs regionally to make some decisions on whether, wait lists are possible. Will that help kind of, the entire region benefit from a more robust offering of ride choice? It'd be nice to see some consistency across the region. Sarah, I don't know if you had any additional thoughts.
I agree. There's definitely an evolution happening within a lot of these programs. And so, continuing to provide a variety of services and evaluating them to see how we can continue to improve service across the region and specifically for our team in the city of Phoenix is important. And so we appreciate the committee's consideration for our grant request and fully participating in our program.
Well, thank you for your time. That concludes the questions that we have and concludes your interview time. So we'll let you go and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, welcome to the City of Glendale. Our next interview, the City of Glendale is requesting public transportation alternatives funding for their GUS 1 program. So we will let everybody introduce themselves from the City of Glendale. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? We are, our transit administrator, Nathan White, has been sick for almost a month and a half. So I have to be here to answer your questions. And we have our superintendent of transit operations, Jeff Henry, with me as well.
Great. Before I let you go, I'll just introduce myself as well. Welcome. Thanks for your time. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, just a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. You have already introduced yourselves, including names and titles, but you're welcome to repeat. Please offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe about 1 minute. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you so much. The City of Glendale operates our public transportation service that includes our GUS, which is the free service that offered to people with disabilities, with low income and limited mobility. There are 3 routes that we serve, GUS 1, 2, and 3. The request we have here is just for GUS 1 that would help us with the cost of operating the route. We have also been looking at optimizing our routes as there is increased ridership that we have seen in the last year for our GUS 1. And this funding availability will help us to achieve and enhance those services. There is a lot more that can be done, but obviously funding is always a limiting factor. In addition to our GUS service, we also ride the Dial-A Ride service and our taxi voucher program. And then we have the third one is
our Dial-A Ride service on board. And we do our own in-house paratransit.
Paratransit service, yeah, correct, yeah. Then obviously we get help from the region, Valley Metro and City of Phoenix with our fixed route service and our express services as well.
Great. And so you're applying for alternative transportation for the Gus One. Is that service door to door, curb to curb? Can you explain a little bit about how the exact service you provide?
It's a circular, so it's more of a fixed route based service.
I see. Okay. So people come to, is it like flag zones or designated transit stops?
We actually have both, so it depends on where it's at, right? If it's a really busy road, we use all of the bus stops. If it's a smaller in the neighborhood, they're allowed to flag them down.
Okay. And so it sounds like if somebody does need a door to door or door through door, you've got paratransit available.
Correct. Yeah, we have our on board that we do like dial ride, basics dial ride service, and we also have our ADA service.
Okay. We do have one question online, Matt Dudley.
Gentlemen, good to see you. So, you mentioned in your question and answer section that you'll increase your engagement with the MAG coordination activities going forward. Can you guys name a specific like activity or partnership or commitment that Glendale is going to do and then for the next grant cycle?
So primarily, we had quite a few leadership changes recently here. The transit administrator was new almost, he's been here almost maybe 18 months or so.
Right.
Myself, I also joined the city almost maybe 18 months ago, maybe close to 2 years now. So that could be one of the limiting factors that may have impacted our coordination with MAG. Moving forward, I'm going to be joining most of those committees, most of these meetings, and especially working with the grants and MAG and different committees myself as well, along with our administrator. And then we will also include our superintendents and other folks as well. So in case, like in the instance that we have right now, is our administrator has been out on sick leave for almost close to 2 months now. So that impacts everybody's in the coordination and all that. We'll make sure moving forward that this gap is covered and most people are involved in this. If one person is not available, the process still continues very closely with the MAG and the partners.
All right. Thank you guys very much. We look forward to your participation.
Thank you so much.
Due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding if needed.
Yes, absolutely. Any support, any help, we are always thankful for that. We appreciate all your support and help.
Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
As I just elaborated that a little bit, like we will be empowering more people. We'll have at least 2 to 3 people, not just one person attending those meetings. So there will be a little bit of overlap and we'll minimize the gaps. And we'll actively work with the MAG teams to make sure that we are not missing any of those efforts and be more actively involved at the regional level.
Is there anything either of you would like to add before we let you adjourn?
No, we wanted to thank you for your time, for your support and help with this. It really helps us to achieve our goals and serve our community, people with disabilities and seniors, and provide more services to them.
Great. Thanks for all you do. That concludes your interview. Thanks for your time.
And
Thank
please
you so much.
the
Thank you.
team get
Yes,
well soon.
please. 2 months sounds awful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next application. We have Civitan, Don Trapp and team. I see Don is on, and they are requesting preventive maintenance and vehicles, 2 raised roof vans and 2 minivans with ramp.
Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, just a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes, so to keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute, and most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and you can begin now.
Hi, my name is Dawn Trapp, and I am the CEO for the Civitan Foundation. And it's actually just going to be only me today who is going to be presenting. I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. Civitan Foundation has been a partner with you all for a very, very long time, and we would not be able to have grown and do what we do without you. We provide day programs, employment services, camps, home-based community. We have some private enterprises, all for individuals with disabilities. And today we are asking for some more vehicles as we have grown a program in Chandler. We're in our second year there and already at approximately 48 members daily. We've grown quite quickly there and expect to be probably adding at least another 15 or 20 before the end of summer. So the need for the vans in that area have been very much so. As well as some of our vans are aging out. They're limping by. We try to get the best and the most value out of our vans, just because of the growth and what we are doing. And again, with that also is just the maintenance piece. It's of course very expensive. We are very diligent about keeping our vans, like I said, as healthy as possible so we can keep them as long as possible and to transport our members to not only day programs, but employment services and community events throughout weekends as well.
Great. Tell me a little bit more about the new service in Chandler. Is that a new residential home or something similar?
No, it's a new day program and employment services location. We acquired that property about 3 years ago. So we've been open. I think this may actually be our third summer that we actually are open. We opened in the summertime. So this is going on our third summer, but 2 full years of being there. So it is Monday through Friday. It's a day program and employment services that we offer there at Dobson, Warner and Dobson.
Do you have any idea about how many clients you serve overall?
Overall, I mean, our overalls is up into the 1,500, but that's also including our camp programs and everything else that we do. In our day program in Chandler, right now we are at, I believe, about a 48 on a daily average there. And like I said, growing. We have commitments for probably at least 15 more members as they are graduating out of high school, coming into our program starting in during the summer, probably in June and July after they take a little break and have vacations. They'll be coming for full-time day programs.
Okay. And so you serve adults?
We mostly serve adults. We do a program in the summer, a youth program in the summer. And we will operate that for about 8 weeks in both of our locations. We will do that both in our Phoenix location and in our Chandler location.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from online or in the room for Dawn? We've got one from Matt Dudley. Go ahead.
Hey, Don. So I think you mentioned in your Q&A that you're having about, I think was it about 30% increase, I think, for next year?
We are. Yeah.
What do you guys do that? Is that like a current wait list numbers? Is that like referrals or is that something else?
No, it's referrals. It's going to be referrals into the new program. We're not at a wait list in our Phoenix location. Attrition just happens, and so people do come in and out there. We could definitely probably take more people if we had more room. But we are, like I said, it's not like a closed off. So that is definitely one of the areas. We still have a few more people coming in. We also have, we have a mix. We have some of our members who are living in group homes, so they provide their own transportation. So as that mix changes sometimes, that's where our need for transportation kind of ebbs and flows. When we have members living in their home settings, of course, we are providing the transportation. Chandler is just, it's just a newer program, and we continue to grow. We can have up to another, we will be able to have to almost 100 people at the Chandler office, Chandler location at full build out.
Okay. That demand just keeps growing, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, our families are asking when we're going to the West Valley. So I don't know.
Hey, yeah. Come one, come all. We invite you. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, Matt. Dawn, due to the amount of application requests, and I think you just alluded to this in your presentation, we just want to confirm that your agency can or will accept partial funding if needed.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as you know, participation in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Well, for sure it will be on calendars. It will be on multiple calendars. We do have a transportation coordinator, and then we have two people in compliance who also are very involved in our transportation piece. So it's on everyone's calendar. So we expect at least one or two people would be attending all the meetings. We understand the importance, and we don't take that lightly.
Great, thank you. Before I let you adjourn, is there anything else you would like to add?
We could not do what we do without you. We're very blessed. As I say, we keep our vans. We've also gotten some vans from other of the partners who weren't able to keep them or didn't have a need for them. And we are always open to talk with agencies about that as well.
Great. We love when a vehicle disposal can actually be a trade. So thanks.
Absolutely love it.
Well, that concludes your time unless you have anything else.
No, just thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next interview is with Duet, and I see we have folks on from Duet. Duet is requesting funding for public transportation alternatives, their volunteer driver program.
Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, just a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. So to keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including the names of everybody here and their titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And you can begin now.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm Melissa Boydston. I'm the Executive Director here at Duet Partners in Health and Aging. And I'm joined by Julie Blake, who is our Senior Director of Operations, and Justin McBride, our Senior Director of Services and Strategy. So Duet is a Phoenix-based nonprofit that has served the community for 45 years. Our mission is to promote health and well-being through vital services for our homebound older adults, family caregivers, and grandfamilies. One of our longest standing programs is volunteer transportation, which provides free rides and services for older adults and individuals with disabilities to medical appointments, grocery stores, pharmacies, and other essential destinations. Justin McBride will share a brief overview of our request. Justin?
Good morning. Duet's request is for $100,000, $12,000, and $500 in federal Section 5310 funding. Duet has secured the required $112,500 local match, bringing the total project budget to $225,000. These funds will help us continue providing free volunteer-based transportation to older adults and individuals with disabilities who rely on these services for essential daily needs. Demand continues to grow. With the region's older adult population continuing to escalate, many of our clients are low income, homebound, and living with mobility issues and need transportation that is safe, reliable, and affordable. Without this funding, older adults may miss medical appointments, individuals may struggle to access groceries or get prescriptions, isolation and health risks increase, and more people may be forced to use costly alternatives that they cannot sustain. Duet would accept partial funding. However, we would need to scale services responsibly and prioritize essential transportation needs and operating expenses. For many of our older adults, or our neighbors as we refer to them, even basic rideshare costs are unrealistic on a fixed income. Our service removes that barrier entirely by providing rides at no cost. And we go beyond transportation with the use of our community volunteers. Our model is door through door, not just curb to curb, which means that volunteers help riders safely get from their homes to the destinations and back. This stretches funding further while creating that human connection and reducing isolation. We actively collaborate with peer agencies to avoid duplication of services, and we've operated since 1981, helping thousands of older adults remain independent and connected to care. Thank you for the opportunity to share, and we'd welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee online or in the room? I don't know what just happened to my brain, but I did have a really good question I was itching to ask. So give me just a second and I'll guide us through the rest of this questionnaire. You did mention it though. I just want to confirm, since we have such a large amount of requests this year that exceed the amount that we have funding, we're just confirming that your agency could accept a partial funding. And you just mentioned that it would require some adjustment to your services.
Correct. We would just need to make some adjustments.
Okay. And the volunteers, this is essentially like a neighbor to neighbor type of service?
Yes, these are volunteers that are within the communities. They live and or work in the communities where our neighbors are present.
How do you recruit your volunteers?
We have an amazing team of that helps with marketing and outreach, as well as volunteers who help recruit volunteers. And word of mouth, honestly, is our best way to reach new folks, people telling others about what it's like to volunteer and the fulfillment that they get. And just people are able to go on our website and see a map of all of the neighbors who are currently on a wait list looking for support and services, and realize there's somebody right down the street that they could probably pick up on their weekly grocery store run. So word of mouth and some intentional efforts on the part of our team.
Gas prices are tough right now, which impacts volunteers as well as your service in general. Are volunteers reimbursed for their mileage?
Yes, volunteers have the opportunity to be reimbursed for mileage, and some elect to do that, and some elect to, they don't need to because of their current situation, but that is an option for our volunteers.
Do you notice a drop in the available volunteers when prices are like this?
It's hard to say exactly what the driving forces are, because there's so many things that may require people to get out and work extra hours, as well as volunteerism has been on the decline over the years. So we've been really activating our current volunteer base who have been stepping up to serve even more. So I would definitely say that the cost of gas does not make it easier for volunteers to drive.
Sure. Any questions for the committee before I move to the next question? Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for this program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Duet will continue to coordinate with partners across the Valley, as we have for many decades. We're part of several groups and see several familiar faces out there here today, such as the network of nonprofits serving seniors and a variety of groups where we coordinate with different areas of service to ensure that there isn't duplication of service and to identify where there are gaps. And we will continue doing that, and also participate in all of the opportunities that MAG has to collaborate and participate in different convenings as well.
Thank you. Is there anything else any of you would like to add before we adjourn?
That's all that we have to share with you, aside from just expressing our appreciation for the ongoing support of MAG and all of the partners who are part of making this happen. We look forward to continuing this partnership in the future.
Great. Well, thank you to the three of you. That concludes our interview time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thanks.
Okay, still 10 minutes early. We're doing good on time. So we'll introduce our next interviewee, Foothills Caring Corps. Foothills Caring Corps is requesting preventive maintenance and public transportation alternatives for their volunteer driver program.
Wonderful. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, just a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today, so this interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. And to keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of the team who are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, maybe about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin.
I am Donna Guerin, and I am the Director of Volunteer Engagement, and I'd like to introduce Brent Downs, our Executive Director.
Oh, grateful to be here. Now I'll give a little overview of the organization. We've been around 25 plus years here in the Northeast Valley, serving North Scottsdale, Cave Creek, Carefree, North Phoenix, and now Anthem, where we provide services of non-emergency medical transportation, recreational van program, mobile meals, handyman. We do all kind of services up here. And when it comes to serving seniors, we're the only game in town up here. And with the limited access to transportation in our service area, we have no public transportation. So we are that piece for our neighbors that we serve. We call our clients neighbors because they truly are our neighbors. And it's all done through volunteers. So we have around over 400 volunteers throughout the organization that provide these services to around 1,000 neighbors a year. We added over 400 new neighbors last year, and we continue to see the rise in the number of neighbors and people aging in place. It's a difficult time for people to move into some of the higher end living places, and the options are limited. So people are choosing to age in place, and we see that drastically on the rise here in our community. And a community of Carefree whose average age is 69. Cave Creek, who's 55, in North Scottsdale area we serve is over 60. So the majority of our service area are qualified neighbors. So we're seeing a rise in the increase in demand for our services and programs.
And I'll talk about the grant applications that we have before you today. So as mentioned, one is our public transportation alternatives application for our volunteer driver program. These are all non-emergency medical transportation rides. And this program is the longest running program in our organization's history. We now are providing hundreds of rides each month, sometimes more than 100 rides a week. It is about the only way that our neighbors can get to the doctors, dentists, therapies, imaging appointments, all of the medical care that they need. And Brent just mentioned the rise in the number of neighbors. What is almost more interesting is the number of rides each of those neighbors needs is also increasing, because it seems that each time a neighbor goes to their GP, they come away with 5 other appointments, as we have all figured out as we age ourselves. So getting our neighbors to those appointments is truly critical for their good health. The things like chemotherapy, dialysis, radiation therapy are all really life-saving appointments. And without our services, this community would be in serious problems. Which is why we so count on your support. In this past year, we had nearly 38% increase in the number of rides. And for the fiscal year started October 1st, which, those numbers are not in the report, but I can tell you that we're on track to probably even overdo that rise of 38%. So we're probably going to be talking about an increase in demand of about 40 to 45% next year. Our rides are given by our volunteers in their own vehicles for the most part, and they do a through-door service, and each ride includes a kind of a friendly visit and a check-in with each neighbor. We truly have and encourage our volunteers to build relationships with each neighbor, which is so important to combat the social isolation that so many of them suffer from. About 10% of the rides are not given in volunteers' own vehicles, but instead are in the vehicles operated by our agency, because the riders are not able to safely transfer out of wheelchairs. So we provide handicap accessible vehicles and trained volunteers who are PASS certified in order to get them safely to their appointments. And we strongly encourage all of our volunteers to do other safety training. And we have extensive training for each of our volunteers in their provision of their rides. So the grant that we are requesting definitely covers the needs to help continue to recruit more volunteers, because the need is growing and we need to continue to do that, as well as our program costs to help coordinate those volunteers, keep the requests figured out, being taken by individuals here in the office and put into our volunteer engagement software correctly, and then shepherded through volunteer engagement and assignment. All of that means that our grant requested under this program, plus the other things like training supplies and sanitizing things and costs of our software program and other things that are allocated to our non-emergency medical transport, means that we've identified costs of about $277,544. And so we are asking for a grant that will cover half of that, and we will be in a position to cover the other portion as required. The second grant that we have applied for is our preventive maintenance grant for the currently 8 vehicles that we operate, which were acquired with Section 5310 grants. We have been awarded one other vehicle, and we're waiting to add that to our fleet. So hopefully that will happen soon, and we will have a total of 9 vehicles. Anybody who's done any maintenance, repairs and maintenance on their vehicles knows that these costs are just increasing dramatically year over year. And we need to be sure that these vehicles are operated safely and are in the best position possible to continue to provide miles and miles more of service to our organization. And because of that, we are requesting the cost we've identified, a total of $23,750. And we will then match or do the 20% ourselves, and hope to get subsidized for that 80% of the grant. Can we answer any questions for you?
Good timing. We've got about a minute left. I'll start us off with one question that we've been asking everybody. Due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding if needed.
Yes, that's an option.
Okay. Are there any questions from any of the committee members online or in the room? Very quickly, you've got about 30 seconds. Just tell me briefly about your coordination efforts. As you know, that's required as part of this program. If you'll just give me a little bit of that information.
Absolutely. We, as our application indicates, we do coordinate with multiple nonprofit agencies and entities in our area, including the towns of Carefree and Cave Creek, and the sheriff's department here, number of area churches and other entities, in order to best serve the transportation needs of this community.
Wonderful. I think that concludes our interview time. I want to thank you so much for coming, and we'll go ahead and adjourn here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're super early by 11 minutes, so, and they were asked to log in at 10:40, so we'll give it just a minute. Oh, 11, sorry, yes, sorry. And the other thing I wanted to mention too is I was remiss earlier in stating that the city of Chandler, Nancy Jackson, our committee member, that is a conflict of interest on that item. So she was not voting on that one. And please help me keep reminded for others for this afternoon. And Nancy gave her thumbs up. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, here we go. Okay. I see Craig and Susan have joined us, and that's perfect timing because we're ready to begin the interview because we're running ahead of schedule, which is great. This is Golden Sun, and Golden Sun has requested vehicles. They have one raised roof van. So welcome.
Great, thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We've got a very packed schedule today. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief interview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. My name is Craig Lee, and I am the Executive Director for Golden Sun Peace Ministries. Joining us is Susan Coons, who is our Operations Manager. We are a faith-based nonprofit organization serving adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities through supported living and daily transportation support. We operate 7 residential homes and provide essential transportation for programs, medical appointments, and community and activity engagement. Our request today is for one raised roof vehicle with a lift to replace an existing 2018 Starcraft vehicle that has exceeded 100,000 miles. This vehicle is critical for transporting our individuals who require wheelchair accessible transportation. As mileage increases, reliability and safety are major concerns for us. We're seeking to proactively replace our existing vehicle to ensure safe, consistent, and uninterrupted services. If we do not receive funding, we are likely to in need to continue using an aging vehicle, increasing the risk of potential breakdowns and service disruptions. This would directly impact our individuals' safety, first and foremost, and their ability to attend programs, access medical care, and remain engaged in the community. With that said, we are open and would accept partial funding. I know you're going to ask it again, but I just wanted to share that.
We don't have to, but thank you for that. Anything else that you'd like to present before we go to committee questions?
No.
Okay. I do have one question. You mentioned that you've got 7 residential homes and you provide services to adults with developmental disabilities and others. Do you also provide day services for those who don't live in your residential communities?
We do not.
Okay. What kind of enrichment activities or other activities would you say the vehicles are mostly used for?
Susan, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, I would. Our residents are very active out in the community. Half of our residents actually are in work programs. They could work from anywhere from Luke Air Force Base or to Fry's. We also do events such as Cardinals Climb, sporting events, and fundraising events. We provide transportation for our members to seasonal activities, even things that involve the families, and also providing transportation for their church services.
And to that end, I did wonder, do you serve clients of all faith backgrounds?
We do.
You did mention already that due to the amount of requests we have, you would be able to accept partial funding.
Yes, ma'am.
Another question that we have is about coordination efforts for this program. As you might know, participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for the 5310 program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We're currently in partnership with Trinity Mennonite Church. They're starting up a program for low-income refugees, providing transportation. When it comes to doctor's appointments, job training, and they want us to be part of that volunteer services.
Great. Are there any questions online from any of our committee members? I can't tell if that's Nancy's hand that's raised or because it's a white hand instead of a yellow hand. Oh, there you go. I think that might be a cursor. Looks like we don't have any other questions from the committee members. So you're quite efficient today. Is there anything else you would like to add before I let you adjourn?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to present, and thank you guys for what you guys are doing.
Thanks for your time. Have a great day.
You as well.
Okay, that concludes our morning interviews. We're going to break for lunch now. We're ending a little bit early. Our lunch is scheduled at 12, but since it's 11:46, we will break for an hour and let's be back by 12:50. And Tyler, if you would put our break sign up on the screen. Susan, you're still logged in and we can see you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Just wanted to check with the committee members to make sure everybody was back and online. Nancy, are you back?
I'm here. Thank you.
Nathan, are you back? I see Matt with a hand.
Yep, I'm back.
Okay. Carolyn, are you back? Oh, she did.
I'm back.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, everybody, this is Lindsay Post. It is 12:51 and we are all back from break.
Okay, we'll get started with the first interview. We will go to Gompers, who have requested an equipment, GPS equipment fees, etc., mobility management position, preventive maintenance, and vehicles, 2 raised roof vans, and 1 minivan with ramp.
Thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce all members of your team who are here today, to include names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. You may begin your 10 minutes now.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the time and thank the committee for their time. This is obviously a very important thing for agencies such as Gompers. With me today is Gompers Executive Director, Mark Botterbush, our Director of Operations, Melvin Madrina, and I'm Charles Foley, the Financial Controller. As some of you may know, Gompers is a long-standing organization here in Arizona. Next year, we'll be celebrating 80 years in the Valley with the express purpose that we provide support services to the intellectually and developmentally disabled of Arizona. Right now, we currently provide 4 main programmatic services along with our transportation services Monday through Friday to more than 325 adults of varying ages and abilities. And then also through our home services, which is respite, attendant care, and habilitation, we serve persons of all ages, young children, all the way up to elderly. Every few years, in addition to the typical preventative maintenance, mobility management, and equipment/software requests that we put in, we try to keep our fleet as fresh as possible. And that's why this year we haven't, I don't believe, asked for any vehicles in the last 3 or 4 years. We're asking for 3 vehicles. We want to replace 3 of our more aged vehicles with high mileage that right now are requiring a lot more preventative maintenance and repairs than we would like to continue. So that's why our request is the and then some this go around. Again, it's to keep our fleet reliable and lower on maintenance and repair costs and keep them in the most safe and secure manner possible for those that we're transporting. I know one of the questions, before I turn it over to our Executive Director, Mark Botterbush, one of the questions is, what does the impact of this funding have on an organization such as Gompers? We derive 90+% of our revenues through our contract with the state of Arizona. And over the last 3 years, we have not received any funding increases. So with the world the way that it's been, with inflation increasing, mandatory minimum wage increases, and most of our employee base is hourly staff, we have been challenged, like a lot of other agencies in this industry, to ensure that we are continuing to be able to provide the level of service and the quality of service that we have in the past. So this funding is very important to us. But having said that, we would obviously accept any partial funding because we do realize that there is a lot of demands for the Section 5310 funding program. So with that, I'm going to turn that over to Mark Butterbush, who has a few more things he'd like to discuss about Gompers.
Excuse my informal nature. I'm actually on vacation, jumping in on this meeting. I just wanted to add two major points. We are very close to opening our community center, which is going to focus on creative design as well as elderly, which we're going to offer our fleet and transportation services as a part of that, particularly for the elderly community to be able to get in and take advantage of the community center. The other piece is we have a contract with Banner Health that we are going to apply for non-medical transportation, which again would be our vans and MAG would be a big part of us being able to carry that out. Other than that, I think Chuck has spoken to what we do. We appreciate MAG. We've been relying on MAG for years for assistance with maintenance and getting vehicles that move 350 people around every day.
Great, thank you. If that is your presentation, we can move to committee questions. Before I begin, does anybody online, any of our committee members online or in the room have any questions for Gompers? I was just curious about what the creative design element was.
So that's in our community center. We're doing things like 3D printing, laser etching, art, sewing. So anything to tap into kind of artistic creativities with the hope of then, we could assist people with Etsy stores or selling, what they do create to tap into their creative nature, but also maybe provide some revenue streams outside of securing typical employment.
Great. You already answered a question that we, of course, would have asked about your ability to accept partial funding. So thank you for confirming. Participating in coordinations efforts, as you know, is a federal requirement for 5310 programs. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
I'll jump in, and I'm sure Melvin has things to add, but a big part of our Create and Design Community Center is partnering with other agencies. Helen Drake is one, Boys and Girls Club. So we're specifically reaching out and partnering with other agencies that may benefit from that resource.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee members? Is there anything any of you would like to add before we let you adjourn?
Just our appreciation for everything that y'all do.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time on your vacation. Thanks to the other two of you, Charles and Melvin. With that, I think we can let you adjourn. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Bye.
We'll just wait for our next interviewee. We're 11 minutes ahead and they were only asked to be here 10 minutes early. So we'll give them a break to jump on. Okay, I see Dave and Heather have joined us from Hacienda, and they have two requests: preventive maintenance and vehicles.
Thank you. Welcome. and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, just a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. So to keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including the names of all that are here and their titles. Offer a brief overview of your agency, perhaps just 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and you can begin your 10 minutes now.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having us here. My name is Dave Mills. I'm the Director of Operations for Hacienda Healthcare. With me is Heather. She is the Finance Manager for Hacienda Healthcare. I'm not sure if her microphone is working or not. So Hacienda has been around for nearly 6 decades. We primarily take care of members of the Arizona's Division of Developmental Disabilities. Our clients are mostly medically fragile children, adults, seniors, physical and developmental disabled. We have 2 requests. One is a capital vehicle request for a minivan with ramp. In fact, our oldest vehicle, which is a 5310 provided minivan with ramp, is a 2014 Dodge. I just received news today that the transmission needs replaced, and the cost of that is a little higher than what the vehicle's worth. So it's actually pretty important to us, and it would mean a lot if we could get that vehicle. And we're also asking for help with our preventive maintenance program. We've had a lot of help through our partnership with the 5310 program in the past, and it's allowed us to maintain the vehicle that is on its way out is, again, 2014 with almost 170,000 miles on it. So we've been able to do this with most of our vehicles. I think all of our remaining vehicles are 5310 vans. So moving on, I guess, to the next section. If we do not receive the funding, I have a couple bullets we put together. It kind of runs us runs the risk of not being able to make repairs as fast as we can due to budgetary restraints or constraints, and this can put vehicles out of service for a little bit longer than expected. Maybe we have to put it off till next month, certain repairs, which kind of puts us at a disadvantage since we provide rides for all of our clients to and from doctor's appointments, to and from outings, to and from their day programs. We have a few DDD, nursing supported group homes, and we bring those members here to our main campus for their day program and for their vocational program, as well as other members of the community. And our residents that live at our main campus, we provide all their transportation as well to outings, family visits, doctor's appointments. And it's nice to be able to get them a nice, clean, comfortable, and safe ride to and from where they need to go without worry of breaking down or, dealing with any of those things. We don't use outside transportation unless it's absolutely necessary, like an ambulance. And this, having the vehicles out, kind of causes us to have to use one vehicle for multiple routes. This can cause delay in picking up our clients, which reduces the amount of time they're at their programs or at school or at doctor's offices. So it's been tremendous help to us over the years, and without it, we would still function, but not quite as well. It's been great, and yes, we would accept partial funding going off of the agenda that you guys sent. So hopefully that's a pretty quick and decent overview of our facility and what we're asking.
Thanks, Dave.
No problem.
Let's begin with questions from the committee. Are there any questions from any of the committee members online or in the room? I do have a question, and please forgive me, this was addressed in your application, but it's been some time since I read it. Do you provide service all throughout Maricopa County, or what are your primary service areas for your clients?
Yeah, all throughout Maricopa County. We have clients East Valley, West Valley. Sorry, my computer glitched. We have all throughout Maricopa County, yeah.
Okay. And thanks for confirming that your agency would be able to accept partial funding. As you know, by participating in the 5310 program, that participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Well, we always strive to make sure we meet all the CAP ambassador program meetings. This year, I have a plan reaching out and seeing how more deeply I can become involved in it. I've been doing this for a while now, and after going through our triennial review, it sounds like there's some other agencies that may need some assistance, and it sounds like there might be new grantees that may need some help with their vehicle maintenance plans and such. And I've utilized the mobility managers a couple times to help me with recommendations, and I'd like to give back on that. So I plan on reaching out and seeing how I can be more of assistance with the entire program.
Great. Thank you. Before I let you adjourn, is there anything else you would like to add, Dave?
No, just we really appreciate the opportunity. It's been great working with the 5310 and with MAG over the years. I've learned a lot. You guys have been very helpful to our organization, and we're very appreciative. So again, we appreciate the opportunity and look forward to continuing partnership.
Great. Thanks for your time here today. I'll let you adjourn and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you so much. It's nice meeting you.
You too.
Bye.
We're still a few minutes early on the next one, so we'll just pause for a moment, waiting for Kimberly from Central Arizona Council. I see Kimberly has joined us. Thank you. Um, Kimberly is with Central Arizona Council on Developmental Disabilities. Their request is for vehicles, 2 raised roof, and 2 minivan with ramp.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Kimberly, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today, so this interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for your interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourself, including your name and title. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe just 1 minute or so. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the needs you have for it, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. Please begin your 10 minutes now.
I'm Kimberly from Central Arizona Council. We provide transportation for the elderly here at Apache Junction, Pinal County. And then we also provide transportation for individuals with developmental disabilities throughout the Mesa, Apache Junction, Pinal, Queen Creek, and now we've started around the Fountain Hills area. The request is for the vehicles that we are asking for, is to cover all the transportation that we've taken on. We've actually taken on 15 new members from an agency that just closed their doors. Additionally, we just lost 3 vehicles, so that's part of the reason why I'm not asking for replacement. We also have started transporting a couple individuals in the Fountain Hills area. We're using one of the minivans that we just received. And just to let you guys know, the reason why I'm asking for additional is because those vehicles only hold 4 individuals in them. Additionally, a lot of the vehicles we've had replacement in the past grant, we're still using because we've needed it for the new members that we've taken on. So I've already asked for them to be replaced. We just haven't been able to retire them yet.
Gotcha, thank you. We noticed that you typically request vehicles. Well, I just wonder, how are you funding and taking care of preventive maintenance?
We take care of the preventive maintenance ourselves. We have a shop that we take our vehicles to. We use the bus, but we use our own budget for that.
Okay, so that comes from your general fund.
Yes.
Can you confirm your total fleet size? Is it about 15 or so?
We have, I believe, 15 vans at this moment, yes.
Do you know how many were funded through the 5310 program? Or was it all 15?
No, there is, I believe, 11. Let me see. I believe it's 11.
Okay. Are there any questions for Kimberly from anybody else in the committee, either online or in person? Kimberly, one question that we have been asking all applicants is because of the large amount of application requests we've gotten this year, we want to know if your agency can accept partial funding.
We will accept anything that you guys are able to give us.
Okay. And as you know from being part of this program in the years past, participation in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for the 5310 program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Well, we continue to try to coordinate with other agencies. We actually do a couple routes for other agencies. We also try to take on any vehicles that's another agency might not be able to use anymore. We're always willing to take whatever we could use.
Great. Anything from anybody else? Kimberly, is there anything you'd like to add before I let you adjourn?
Well, just that I did want to, I know that we just received 2 minivans. And again, we had 2 minivans from another agency. And just to remind, those minivans only hold 4 people at the most. And 2 of the new ones, it's kind of uncomfortable for 2 riders, and it just because of the unleveling of their feet placement that it takes. And I don't know if anybody else has had those issues, but that is
Yeah.
additionally why I'm asking for so many.
Sure. Thank you for that additional detail.
Okay.
Anything else from the committee members? Okay. If there's anything else, if there's nothing else, Kimberly, I can let you adjourn.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Have a good day.
You too.
So we have about 4 minutes until NAU was asked to join. So we have a couple minutes. Hi, Marga. I see that you've popped on. I know we might be waiting for Aaron, but we're ready to go when you are. Just for the committee, this is Northern Arizona University, and they are requesting public transportation alternatives funding for their volunteer driver program.
Great. Marga, do we need to wait for Aaron?
Yes. Hello, everyone, and she'll be joining any minute now. She knew to join at 1:20. I'm just a couple of minutes ahead of time.
Yep, we're ahead. So when she joins, I'll just give a brief introduction.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Aaron. This is Lindsay Post. I'm just checking to see if your audio is okay because we're running early and we were just going to jump right into your interview.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Hi, Lindsay.
Hello. Welcome and thank you for joining. I'll just give a brief introduction to the process. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. So to keep you on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1 minute mark if you get there. Please introduce both members of your team that are here today, including names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and you can begin your 10 minutes now.
Thank you. My name is Marga Gamas, and I am the Assistant Director of the AmeriCorps Seniors Programs with Northern Arizona University Center for Service and Volunteerism. And we also have with us today, Erin Cruz. Erin?
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Cruz. I'm the Director of the Center for Service and Volunteerism.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our program, our agency, and what we do for the community in Maricopa. As an agency, we are the Center for Service and Volunteerism is actually the department within the university, within NAU, that is charged with the mission of enriching lives and strengthening communities through service and volunteerism. As a center, CSV is the sponsor of 3 AmeriCorps Seniors programs, including the Senior Companion Program, in addition to 5 AmeriCorps programs. We provide service in 9 different counties throughout the state with SCP or Senior Companion Programming in 6 counties, including Maricopa County. Last fiscal year, the center engaged over 670 individuals, AmeriCorps members, and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers across the state in different service opportunities where they have an opportunity to volunteer in a role which is not only dear to their heart, but is also one where they're helping address local needs. This resulted in serving and helping over 85,000 individuals in partnership with over 180 partner agencies across the state. During the same period, in combined AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteer hours, over 280,000 hours of service were produced. As an agency, as you well know, we have decades of experience managing volunteer programs, AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps Seniors programs, starting with the Senior Companion Program back in 1985. And specifically in Maricopa County, we've provided services since 2008. The Senior Companion Program is one that combines empowering older adults, 55 and older, engaging them in a volunteer opportunity where they have an opportunity to support older adults as well as individuals with disabilities, with the goal of helping them maintain their independence, helping them age in place, and helping them age with dignity and with quality of life. How do we do that? Is by providing supportive one-on-one assistance to clients that are assigned to or paired with our volunteers. And one of those essential supportive services is definitely transportation. This supports services allow these clients to be able to remain safely in their homes and in their communities. In Maricopa County, our request is for the volunteer driver program, which is a component of the senior companion role. With this funding of $130,012, which would be matched with the same amount for a total request of $260,024, would allow us to utilize the funds to cover mileage reimbursement for our volunteer drivers. What they do is they transport clients in their own vehicles, providing a very unique type of service because not only are they transporting them, but they're actually accompanying them through the entire outing. This unique aspect of the program is what helps us not only ensure that we are providing service in terms of transportation, which is a high demand, high need for clients in Maricopa and across the state. But it also helps us tackle the loneliness and isolation that many of our clients, unfortunately, and volunteers, unfortunately, endure. So volunteers focus on the unique needs of each client. So they tailor their presence, their support, their schedule, their availability. They show up when a client needs them. And this is a great alternative to other transportation transit programs in the area. Historically, I briefly mentioned before, transportation continues to be the main request that we hear a need for from clients in Maricopa and across the state. This funding for the upcoming cycle will allow us to engage 20 senior companion volunteer drivers who would in turn support 175 clients. This program will actually connect these clients with peer volunteers. Many of them serve the same clients year over year. Sometimes when we have new volunteers or existing volunteers, depending on their time availability, they may be able to also support additional clients to help them with essential services. So they provide transportation for medical and non-medical trips that are centered again on individualized one-on-one support, who not only is where that volunteer driver becomes that friend, that trusted companion, someone they know that they can rely on to be there when the help is needed. I actually had a volunteer not long ago share a story, and it kind of dawned on me that many times our volunteers are the only ones that are showing up to that client's home. And when they knock on their door to pick them up for an outing, an appointment that they may have scheduled, they may be the only person that knocks on their door, that goes and checks on them, supports their transportation need, but also, and more importantly, make sure that they are seen, valued, and cared for. So we don't just take them to the destination, but we actually stay with them for the duration of the outing. And that creates a great connection between both volunteer and driver, volunteer driver and client, which is what our clients need. Last year in 2025, volunteers in Maricopa County drove over 76,000 miles, transporting clients for over 13,000 trips. They may accompany them to medical or non-medical trips. So last year, for example, the top three transportation needs were: one, medical or healthcare appointments; two, transportation to senior or recreational programs; and then the third one was nutrition-related trips that could have been to the grocery store or to the local food bank. What would it mean if we do not receive this funding? Funding for this project is crucial in order to maintain services in Maricopa County. The impact for not receiving funding would be detrimental, not only to the client, but also to the volunteers, but clients who are depending heavily on this unique program to support them in their needs, but the volunteers who have made a very conscious, committed decision to serve their peers and to serve others in their local community. And they dedicate their time on a very consistent basis to serve others. CSV would simply not be able to provide mileage reimbursement to volunteers without this funding. And the reality is, the way we see it is, volunteers are driving their clients, but they're also that link. They're that lifeline that helps them, as I mentioned earlier, help them maintain their independence, help them with their transportation needs, but also helps ensure that they know that they are valued and that someone truly cares for their care and their well-being. We would accept partial partial funding, but as you read on the application, our senior companion volunteers, in order to be eligible for to become a volunteer, they must not only meet age requirement, but also of 55 and older, but they must also meet income eligibility requirements. What that means is that our companions, our volunteer drivers, are
30
at
seconds.
or below 200% of the federal poverty rate. With the increase in gas prices, they more than anyone else around this table needs that mileage reimbursement to continue their service. So we hope that you take all of this into account for the upcoming cycle, and we would welcome any questions.
Thanks, Marga. We're almost out of time, so I just want to ask one very critical question that we have been asking everybody. Because of the amount of application requests, we want to know if your agency will accept partial funding if necessary.
We would accept partial funding if necessary.
Okay. I think we need to adjourn there. Thank you for that presentation, and I'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you both.
So good afternoon. We'll be moving to the next interview, which is One Step Beyond. I wanted to introduce the different applications presented. First of all, One Step Beyond operates in both of our urban areas, which we fund separately. So in the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale region, the request is preventive maintenance, vehicles, 3 raised roof vans and 2 minivans with ramp. And that's for the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale area. And then in the Phoenix West Goodyear Avondale, they're requesting mobility management, preventive maintenance, and vehicles, 3 raised roof vans and 2 minivans with ramp. So as we go through this, feel free to talk about the first group of applications and then let us know when you're speaking separately about your request for the West Phoenix. If that is able to be done, do your best.
Thanks, Wendy. And I'll just give you a brief welcome. My name is Lindsay Post. Thank you for your time here today. I'm the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including names and titles of everybody that's here today. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, maybe about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and your 10 minutes can begin now.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I was trying to change my profile name, but I am Jackie Ehrenberg. I am a grant consultant, and I've been working with One Step for 7 years now. And so I'll let the rest of the team introduce themselves.
Thank you, Jackie. My name is Emily James, Senior Director of Infrastructure for One Step Beyond. And I've been with One Step Beyond for nearly 6 years. And with us also is Jennifer.
Hi, I am Jennifer Reed. I'm the Director of Transportation for One Step Beyond.
So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with One Step's programming. We have a campus in Scottsdale, a campus in Glendale, a campus in Surprise, a culinary kitchen campus in Peoria, and then another campus in the Avondale, Goodyear, Southwest Phoenix area. And so we're yes, a day program for adults with developmental disabilities, but we run more like a community college where each quarter they actually get to choose what classes they're taking, whether it be ceramics or music or culinary classes or other vocations that they're interested in. We have an actual catalog that they get to choose. And so their day is definitely different on a regular basis. They're not sitting in the same classroom for 8 hours at a time. And so it is definitely a lot to do with the transportation of these individuals, not only to get them to and from our campuses, but to out to the community to do volunteering or to do job training, and outings of all of those types of nature. So we are definitely in need of transportation. To go on the metro area, since we have technically 4 campuses in the metro area, we need the additional vans, not only to expand our service area to go to other areas that we do not currently serve, but also to replace vans that are not in the MAG 5310 provisions, that so that we're no longer dependent upon a third party like Enterprise to rent vans from. So it'll be helping us stabilize our programming. And then for the Southwest Phoenix, Goodyear, Avondale area, it is all about expansion. Every single new person cannot become a new participant unless we have transportation for them. So we have got to get more vans over there. We have only had this campus for 2 years. We started with 25 people. We're up to 90, 95 people. Every single day we're expanding with more people because there is not a service out there for this population. And so they really gravitate to our program, and that's why it's growing so fast. So there's one step.
I'll add in some substance to what Jackie eloquently said. With regards to the vehicles for the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale area, as well as the Goodyear Avondale area, the need is quite the same. We leverage our third party fleet provider Enterprise for upwards of 55 vehicles across Arizona, which incurs a heavy cost for One Step, which as a nonprofit, I'm sure you guys can understand that reducing that kind of cost is one of the main kind of demands board of directors down through everybody that works with our agency, so we can utilize those funds elsewhere for our community engagement, our classrooms, our vocational programs, our culinary programs, with again what Jackie mentioned. So preventative maintenance also is a large chunk of that. I'm sure all of us drive vehicles and have understood that maintenance costs have increased dramatically year over year. And that is a big help to us, as well as the preventative maintenance on grant side of things. Thank you.
I think the only thing we didn't discuss was the mobility management, and it's a new role, obviously. And one of the great things I think is coming in the future is the ability to do outreach to other agencies that are not necessarily in the coordinated effort that is MAG transportation in the Southwest Valley, because there's definitely a lack of services out there. And so we're hoping to do better at networking with them and getting them in the coordination with everybody out there.
Yeah, and the year that we've been involved, we've seen a lot of growth with regards to the model with which the mobility manager coordination is being done, kind of organizationally across the entire MAG boundaries, where we've redefined kind of how we're going to support the agencies that fall within our regions. And I think it's done well, and it's benefited the agencies to kind of provide a more direct solution to all of the different agency partners. Instead of just broad, go find it here at this website, we're getting more connection person to person with the different agencies.
Hi, I do have a question. This is Stephanie.
Hi.
All of your participants are they available for all the classes, and then do they go to all of the available campuses that you have, or are they just, somebody goes just to the Scottsdale campus and takes this class, and next semester takes a different, or next period takes another class at the same campus?
Our participants are campus based, aside from our culinary campus in the city of Peoria, where we are bringing members to that campus to do culinary training. But all of the other members and participants at our Scottsdale campus primarily are at that Scottsdale campus, or at our Southwest Phoenix campus are at that campus. We will be out in community throughout the day and different vocational job sites, but they are home-based, if you will, at each campus.
Okay, and then I have another question. With the increase in the vehicles that you are asking for, as far as the preventive maintenance, I do know you get funding for that. Are you able to ensure that the vehicles are being maintained as they should be?
Absolutely, yes. We're following OEM standards, and we kind of expand those into our own higher level standards as best as possible, but we are certainly following OEM guidelines with regards to preventative maintenance.
And that's why we have a dedicated director of transportation to do so. We're not reliant upon each one of the campuses to have the directors of those campuses figure out the preventative maintenance for each one of the vehicles that they're using on their campuses. Jennifer oversees it all.
Lucky you.
To that, Jennifer, do you do the preventative maintenance in-house, or do you take it to a shop?
A little bit of both. So we have a staff at our main campus in Glendale that helps us out, and they also travel around to all of the campuses to help the transportation supervisors to keep up on their preventative maintenance duties. So, yep.
We do leverage, if I may, a couple different vendors across the valley for the bulk of our maintenance, some of the stuff that we can't perform without a lift kind of stuff. But we'll do what we can in-house.
Looks like we've got a question from one of our committee members online, Matt Dudley.
Yeah, Emily and Jackie. So it seems like I have a better understanding now, especially for the Avondale and Goodyear campus. So the intent of these 5 vehicles, is it to replace the enterprise third-party fleet, or with that growth, this will just be an additional and you're going to still keep some of that enterprise fleet? How would that work?
And kind of a bit of both, really. The growth demands are high. There's a lot of folks that are wishing to serve. I'm sure every agency has said something similar, but we want to serve as many people as we can. And we're keeping up with our growth demands as so long as we can get vehicles and maintain them within our margins. So the vehicles, if awarded, would certainly benefit growth and reduction of third-party costs.
Okay. So is there a wait list now for like Southwest Valley residents? And the
Yes.
reason why they can't, obviously you guys can't serve this, seems to be a vehicle issue.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This is Lindsay Post again, and forgive me, it's just been it's been a little bit of time since I reviewed your actual application. Please remind me about the mobility management request. Are you going to fund an FTE with that request if awarded? Somebody's salary, like a
Well, I mean, it's definitely salary based, but it is a couple different people doing it. We have an amazing staff that specifically focuses on training at One Step. When someone gets hired at One Step, they do a week-long training, and so they are that person's part of their time is definitely going to be used to be subsidized by this grant. But there's also other people that are going to do the other portions of it, including the director of transportation.
Yeah, okay. a lot of the coordinated efforts are handled by Jennifer and myself and another individual named Ellie Otter, who's not with us today. But we kind of handle all of that between the 3 of us.
Okay. I was just wondering if it meant that you would have to hire out, but it sounds like you've got the staff on board who would take on that role.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Due to the amount of application requests, We're asking everyone, we would like to know if your agency can and will accept partial funding if necessary.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely.
And part of the federal requirement for the 5310 program is participating in coordination efforts. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Well, currently, I know that they split it up amongst them each other to go to the quarterly trainings and such. As far as improvement, I would lean on Emily to answer that one.
Of course. We have a handful of folks in our transportation and fleet team that attend the meetings outside of the mobility manager coordinated effort meetings. And increasing individuals that attend those is going to be at the precursor level at this moment, at a campus level. So we're identifying individuals at each of our locations across Arizona to attend, so we can increase that kind of engagement.
Great. Are there any other questions for the team by anybody on the committee, either online or in the room? Is there anything else you guys would like to add before I let you adjourn?
No, just a thank you and happy to see everybody.
Yes.
Well, thanks for your time. I'll let you go from here and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be moving on to our next interview. It is the Opportunity Tree. And the Opportunity Tree is requesting vehicles. So a raised roof van and 2 minivans with ramp.
Thank you. Kelly, Neil, do we need to wait for Alex?
No, Alex is actually out. He had a baby about a month ago. So, well, he didn't, but his wife did.
Right.
He's out. Nope, it'll just be me and Neil today.
I'm sure he helped. Welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you for your time today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today, so your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep us on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark, and I'll just jump in and interrupt you when that happens. Please introduce yourselves, including your names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, just 1 minute or so. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, maybe about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and your 10 minutes can begin now.
Sounds good. I'm Kelly O'Toole. I'm the CEO at the Opportunity Tree. Neil?
Hi, my name is Neil Hallahan. I'm Chief Operating Officer at the Opportunity Tree.
So the Opportunity Tree is 60 years old, or more than 60 years old. We've been around since 1963. We have 3 campuses around the valley. We have one in Phoenix, we have one in the town of Maricopa, and one in the Casa Grande. We also have 20 community living group homes. We have 15 in Phoenix and 5 down in Pinal County and Casa Grande. We also have the array of services. We do in-home services for families. So we serve members from the age of 3 years old all the way up until 83 years old. Either in some of our programs or house, we have the same programs that most providers have. We have social programs, we have employment programs, we have a Special Olympics team, we have a supported aging program, and I don't think I'm leaving anything else out about us. We have a staff of about 300. We also have members of about 250 that we serve every day. On our Phoenix campus alone, which we wrote the grant for, we have over 100 people here coming every day. Are there any questions about our programs or our agency? All right, I'm going to let Neil talk a little bit about the needs since he's our Chief Operations Officer. He oversees the fleet, our operations department, and some of our programs.
Cool. Hi, everybody. Thanks for giving us the time. Specific to transportation in the MAG region, which right now for us counts Phoenix. We also have campuses and homes, community living homes in Pinal County, which is out of the purview of here. But just to give you some context, agency-wide, we have 57 vehicles in the fleet, the bulk of which actually are in the MAG region. So here we have about 20 of our vehicles on campus at our Phoenix campus, downtown Phoenix, well, Midtown Phoenix, 32nd Street and Thomas. And then we have 15 community living homes here in the Phoenix MAG area as well. So we've got about 30 out of 57 vehicles total, 35 live here in the MAG region and operate 24/7, all day, every day, basically. So we, like everyone else, I'm sure in the meetings, fleets age fast, of course, with the volume of transportation that all of us operate, and then accessibility, of course, is a key issue. So because we serve strictly folks with intellectual developmental disabilities, a lot of physical mobility challenges and barriers come with that as well. And so the two minivans with ramp that we're requesting will replace two inaccessible 2018 model SUVs that we currently have in the fleet that are approaching 80,000 miles now in 2026, which means in 2027, 2028, those will be up above 100,000 miles each, most likely. If not, then very, very close. And again, those are inaccessible as well. So the two minivans will replace two older inaccessible vehicles. And then the Transit, which, side note, the Transits are like the vehicle of choice for agencies like ours. No one's scared to drive them, unlike some of the minibuses. They're very easy to get in and get on. I'm sure you've heard these things all a million times. And so the Transit will be big for us because our oldest vehicle currently, as far as MAG goes, is a 2015 Chevy Express van that's gone through its journey around a bunch of different agencies over the years. We currently have it right now in our fleet. It's up over 106,000 miles, and it has been kind of like, the lemon of the agency, if you will. And so that 12-passenger inaccessible over 100,000 miles vehicle will be replaced by the Transit if we are fortunate enough to get it. And so all of that encompasses, like Kelly said, all of our programs and services from our homes. That includes getting people to and from programs of choice, to and from doctors, dentists, family visits, everything that goes along with residential services, again, 24/7. And then on our campus vehicles, that includes getting people to and from program, from their own homes, from their family homes, et cetera, getting people to and from their employment sites for the folks that are in our supported employment services, getting people to and from Mighty Fire Slammers, Special Olympics tournaments, which we do all year round, community integration experiences, volunteerism, and all the things that go on with the quality of life and educational and skill evolving programs. So that's our ask in a nutshell. Questions from the floor?
This is Lindsay. You've got a lot in your fleet. We were just wondering, for preventive maintenance, is that just coming from your general fund?
It is. Currently
Yes.
it is, yes.
And you do that in-house, or you take it to a shop, or both?
Yeah, we don't have any in-house mechanical services. So we've got, community partnerships at our various locations with local businesses and things. And so we outsource all of that. Yeah, we do have a transportation manager as part of our operations department. I'm our COO. We have a director of operations, which is Alex. We have an operations manager whose primary role is the physical spaces and the campuses and the homes. And then we do have a transportation manager as well, who's strictly dedicated to all of our vehicles across all of the fleet. And so who coordinates with third-party vendors, who make sure our annual inspections are A, done, B, documented, C, part of our NPR annual report, and then, registration, insurance, vehicle checks, monthly inspections, et cetera, et cetera. So all of us in the operations team help, and we do have one dedicated person specifically whose job it is all of that, day in and day out.
Well, and we also contract with Enterprise. So the rest of our fleet, we contract through Enterprise, but we also get the same Enterprise discounts at the different dealers for preventative maintenance and such for the MAG vehicles as well.
Great. Thank you. We'll begin with questions from the committee. We do have one online, Matt Dudley.
Yeah, Neil, first I was worried when I saw your answers that you didn't have enough drivers, but it sounds like you have about 225 employees. So it sounds like the majority of the organization, if not all the organization, is capable of driving. So that
Right.
Running an operation myself is like, how do you go about scheduling and coordinating like those driver's assignments or training for the vehicles? How does that work with you guys?
Oh, good question. Yes. So it's not 100% of a job requirement, but by and large it is. So for our frontline staff who are like many other organizations, DSPs, direct support professionals, driving basically comes as part of the hiring package as well. So for most of the time, driving is a requirement. So our DSPs drive all our folks agency-wide to and from the different locations and service areas, et cetera. During new employee orientation, we driver training, is part of new employee orientation. And so there's a section on day 2. It's about an hour and a half long on, general defensive driving, all of our policies and procedures, everything that goes in the van book, et cetera. But knowing that is not by no means enough, we also do a series of road tests. So especially on campus specifically, for anybody operating a 12-passenger vehicle or above, we do have a specific road test that both our operations and our training department puts all of those drivers through. For anybody not operating those, so we're talking our minivans and our smaller sedans and things, the program supervisor is responsible for running a road test with their people. So at a group home, for example, one of our homes, we generally have a home supervisor and a crew of anywhere from 4 to 7 staff. And so that home supervisor is responsible for putting all of their people through a road test, in addition to everything that goes on in new employee orientation, and making sure that they sign off on that. And then in addition, we contract through our insurance company to offer monthly driver safety training, and that either happens in person on campus or virtually over Teams. So as an agency, we are spread out across all of our campuses and homes, but everybody is connected. We're all connected through Microsoft like the rest of the world. And so monthly, all staff have the opportunity to jump on Teams. And this is coordinated through, of course, program supervisors in the training department and HR department, et cetera, to go through an hour-long driver training specific to defensive driving, safe driving, all the general practices, et cetera. And then once again, going through our own internal operation or opportunity tree policies, procedures, van books, what happens in an emergency, what happens if your supervisor doesn't answer, et cetera, all those kind of things. So annually, new employee orientation, hands-on road training, and then annual refreshers and reminders for everybody. So
that's good. That sounds like some best practices I think we can spread to the rest of the nonprofits out there.
So, and also, Matt, to answer your question about assignment, we assign a specific van to every house, and then we assign vans to our on-site programs. And when our on-site programs, we assign the staff if they're going out into the community or employee or our job coaches and things like that, we assign a vehicle to them.
And you mentioned using enterprise vehicles. How many, with your fleet size, how many enterprise vehicles are you pretty much renting?
How many?
I'll get the exact number for you here, Matt. I don't want us to run out of time, but we're about a little over half of the 57 vehicles are leased through enterprise, and a little under half are all ADOT vehicles. So obviously MAG is the big slice of that, but also in Maricopa and Casa Grande, through the CAG program, which is the sister program, basically, we have ADOT vehicles as well. So it's a little under half the fleet.
Okay. So would these vehicles replace the enterprise vehicles? Okay.
Yes.
So, and just to give you a little insight, Matt, the reason that we like the MAG and the CAG vehicles so much is because it's very hard for us to get affordable, accessible vehicles through the enterprise program. That's why we rely on the accessible vehicles through you guys.
We'll need to stop you there. I just want to make sure before we let you adjourn, because of the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That is time for you. So I'll let you adjourn, and thank you for your time. Enjoy your day.
Okay. Thanks for having us.
Sorry for talking so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Okay, our next interview is with STARS. I see Justin, and there is 3 applications for mobility management, preventive maintenance, and vehicles.
Great. Welcome. Do we need to wait for Lindsay?
If she wasn't sure she was going to be able to attend, but if she jumps on, great. If not, she's very busy, so
no problem. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourself, including name and title. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and your 10 minutes can begin now.
Thank you. My name is Justin McGregor. I'm from Scottsdale Training and Rehabilitation Services, also known as STARS. I am the Fleet and Facilities Manager with STARS. At STARS, we are a nonprofit that works with individuals with the developmental disabilities, like pretty much all the other agencies out there. We work hands-on with individuals with different types of disabilities, whether it's psychological, physical, learning disabilities. We pretty much work with all cases. With that, we provide transportation to and from our programs, utilizing the MAG vehicles. We are requesting 3 different items. First one is two new vehicles. The 2 new vehicles will be replacing 2 vehicles that are well over their useful life. One is a 2014 with over 116,000 miles on it. And the other one is a 2017 with 103,000 miles on it. With the length it takes for new vehicles to get granted and then brought into the process, we're looking at probably closer to 175,000 miles in each vehicle by the time a new vehicle would arrive. So it's real important for us to make sure we get the requests in there on time and that we are getting everything balanced on what our expectations are for the vehicles. The next one is preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance helps us continue getting the life expectancy of every vehicle to its max. Like I said, we'll probably have these vehicles running until they're over 175,000 miles, and that's due to the diligence with preventive maintenance that I make sure that all of our vehicles are undergoing. And finally, the last one is mobility management. So mobility management position, I've been mobility manager now since 2019. I love what we do as a mobility manager, assisting and helping other 5310 sub-recipients out there, whether it's with, preventive maintenance training, driver safety training, going and doing site visits to help a new fleet manager out that is just getting his or her feet wet as a fleet manager and has a lot of questions and don't know where to start. And then, passing on best practices, things that we do well at STARS, and that we pass on to other agencies to hope that they can learn from what I pass on to them and they can better their organization.
Great, thank you. I will begin with questions from the committee. Does anybody online or in the room have any questions for Justin? Looks like Matt Dudley.
Yeah, Justin, boy, oh boy. I was looking at some of the answers here and just looking at like the replacement vehicles. You mentioned I think be like 150 and 175,000 miles on the vehicles that you need to replace from your question. How do you manage maintenance and the reliability of those vehicles before the replacements arrive?
Just maintaining the preventive maintenance the way it should be. I mean, if you treat the vehicle with respect and care, you can get up to 200,000 miles from some of the vehicles. And I do say some of the vehicles. Not every vehicle is going to last 200,000 miles, but if you make sure your safety and your maintenance is done the way it should be, you can, keep prolonging the safe life of the vehicle. And I strive to get everything we can out of each vehicle before we get to this point where we request new vehicles. but all of our fleet vehicles are 100% reliable and safe, and I take pride in that.
Okay, so you don't really see having a problem keeping those for that long until the replacement vehicles get here.
Correct. I mean, if we do get to a point where it does become safe, then I pull them out, red tag them, and then we get in a situation where we can, do vehicle sharing with other organizations that can assist us at that time.
Okay. We've heard a lot today about a lot of these nonprofits using enterprise as kind of like a placeholder. Is that something you guys do too, or
Uh,
not?
we we haven't had our fleet is not quite as big as some of the other larger agencies out there. So we haven't got to that point that where we had to. But if that ever was a situation that we got put into, then yeah, that is an option for us as well.
Okay. Keep up the great work, Justin.
Thank you, sir.
Justin, this is Lindsay again. Do you do your preventive maintenance, some of it in-house and some of it at a third party, or third party
So
mostly?
so about 90% of our preventive maintenance is done by a certified mechanic at a shop. Uh, Now we do like things like we will of course do the windshield wipers. We will detail anything that requires a certified mechanic. We have done, third party. But anywhere we can save money doing it ourselves that doesn't require a mechanic, we'll definitely do it ourselves.
There you go. Justin, due to the amount of application requests, we'd like to know if your agency will accept partial funding if necessary.
Absolutely. We're grateful for each and every opportunity that we get from the City of Phoenix and MAG. So whatever we get granted, we'll be grateful.
Any other questions from committee members for Justin? Justin, anything else you'd like to tell the committee?
Just that this is probably one of the best situations for organizations like ours. Uh, you know, to be granted these vehicles not only changes our organization, but changes the lives of the people that we serve on a daily basis. Without a vehicle with a wheelchair lift or enough vehicles with wheelchair lifts, somebody might be, uh, you know, have to choose dial a ride or find another way to get to our facility. So again, we're really grateful for everything and we appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Justin. There are no other questions from committee members, so from here we can adjourn. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
And at this time, we have a break. It is 2:08, so let's all be back at 2:18 for 10 minutes. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. We are moving on to our next interview with the Centers for Rehabilitation. So Dawn and Dan, welcome. The Centers for Rehabilitation have requests for mobility management position, preventive maintenance, and vehicles, 2 cutaways, 1 raised roof van.
Great, thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule today. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark, and I'll just jump in and interrupt you if you get to that point. Please introduce yourselves, including your names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and you can begin now.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Hawking. I'm the Director of Development here at TCH. We are a nonprofit that provides support for adults with disabilities. We have a day program, group homes, employment services, and home-based services, as well as Ability One contracts where we work on federal institutions such as the military bases, and we employ people with disabilities. So we provide services there.
Yeah, I'm Dan Smollett. I'm the fleet and facility manager here. I am in charge of obviously the fleet of vehicles, handling preventative maintenance, and anything really that kind of comes with the day-to-day of running the fleet.
So as stated, we have 3 requests in. Mobility management. We've been doing this the past couple of years, and we really enjoy it. We'd like to see how we can connect businesses as well as nonprofits and provide support in any way, shape, or form. For example, Billy Parker called or emailed me the other day and said, hey, we need help with this. I was able to put him in touch with our HR department so that they were able to get through whatever process that he needed help with. So it's just been a really good way to make those connections and really build partnerships across. And we've had the opportunity to help a lot of people over the past few years. And so we hope that we can continue to do that. We've also requested money for preventative maintenance. Yeah, obviously these are dollars to help with our vehicles, to maintain them, keep them safe. Some of the challenges that disability providers face in the state of Arizona is the last couple of years, there have not been any increase in funding for our base program services. And so we have to make up the difference. And with the cost of living going up, the price of gas, all of those things, this will help us kind of offset some of those rising costs, that we can take that money that we get for preventive maintenance, what we don't spend there, we can put into other program costs, food, those kinds of things. And then we're looking at 3 vehicles, and I'm going to let Dan talk about the vehicles.
Yeah, so long story short, we obviously have a set of vehicles that we use every day. We have group home vehicles as well as the vehicles that we use for, like I said, our kind of our everyday life. We have 10 vehicles currently that are for sale, that are either past their useful life, mileage is too high, needs kind of too much work to be done that doesn't make sense to kind of get them done. So we have about 10 of those. So again, we've been down about 10, looking to get 3 new ones to hopefully offset some of those vehicles that we're going to be selling that have that high mileage and are not useful for us anymore. So again, we put on a lot of miles and we use a lot of time with these vehicles. So hopefully getting those 3 new ones will be super helpful for us.
And with the vehicles, one of the things that is important for us is we have group homes that could have 3 to 4 wheelchair users in them. And so we need vehicles that have the space to be able to transport multiple individuals in wheelchairs. So the cutaways are great for that. As well as we use them in our day program, where we service individuals with all levels of abilities. We have individuals who are pretty significantly challenged, as well as individuals who are a little bit higher functioning. We do a variety of activities every day that include volunteer programs. So we have individuals from our day program that go and volunteer at a variety of places. We have our employment program where we may be transporting for different things there. And then just basic recreation. It could be social interactions, whatever we've got planned for that day. And sometimes we do periodically provide transportation to a large group of individuals, where in the past, we've been known to take up to 30 individuals, including some of our team members, to the Dolly Steamboat. So it takes multiple vans to be able to get everybody from our day program to that site. So the vehicles are important, and again, with the other ones aging out, and being, you know, we use them as much as we possibly can until we can't use them anymore.
Great, thank you. If that's your presentation, we can begin with questions from the committee. One question that we make sure to ask all applicants, because of the amount of application requests we receive, we would like to know if your agency can and will accept partial funding if necessary.
Absolutely, yeah, everything will help.
Do you do most of your preventive maintenance through a third party, or do you do any in-house?
No, we do it all through a third party. I have a maintenance guy on site who handles very basic stuff, but we have two, actually three shops these days that are, you know, kind of our main shops that we use, who handle all the 5310 vehicles for us.
Great. Do any of the committee members online or in the room have any questions for Dawn or Dan? You mentioned this just a little bit, Dawn, but we're asking about coordination efforts because that's a federal requirement for the 5310 program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
So there's a variety of ways that we do this. We have a variety of team members that go out and network. So we're constantly looking at possible partnerships, no matter what they may be. We may hear somebody say something and be like, "Oh, well, that would be a good way for us to help." So we might interject into a conversation. Also through things like being on the Transportation Commission for the City of Tempe helps, because then I get to get some of that information in terms of what's going on regionally, and so I might be able to reach out to somebody. We also attend a variety of nonprofit conferences where we meet people and we find out just by basic conversation that, hey, they have this going on and they need some help, as well as participating in the TAP meetings and things like that. And then, of course, Wendy has sent emails to us. So wherever we can gather that information, we're always willing to help.
Great. Anything from any of the committee members before we adjourn? Dawn or Dan, anything you'd like to add before we let you adjourn?
No, just one last thing. I mean, I will be doing hopefully past training this year to become a trainer. So hopefully we could kind of, you know, use our vans and kind of help out in any way that we possibly can with regards to that as well.
Great.
No, we just appreciate the opportunity to present as well as to request, and we thank you for your consideration. Transportation is definitely a very critical point for individuals with disabilities, especially individuals in our program who have pretty significant challenges where they have to have that one-on-one or two-on-one staff that public transportation wouldn't be able to provide. So we just really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Great. Well, thank you for your time. I'll let you adjourn here and enjoy the rest of your day.
Excellent. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next one. We have Treasure House. I see someone's on from Treasure House. I don't know if it's Jake or Lori. We have two requests from Treasure House: preventive maintenance and a vehicle, one raised roof van.
Great. Do we need to wait for Lori?
No, she's not going to be able to attend, so it'll just be myself. Thank you.
Okay, great. Welcome and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note, which you may have already heard, but we have a very packed schedule. Your interview is scheduled for 10 minutes, and to keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark, and I'll just jump in and interrupt you if that happens. Please introduce yourself, including your name and title. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute. More importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes can begin now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Jacob Miller. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Treasure House. Treasure House is a supported living community for young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are based in Glendale, Arizona. We have 30 individual apartments where our residents live and thrive each day. Our premise and our programming is really revolved around three pillars that we embrace in all of our programming, and that's to provide our residents with a sense of independence, a sense of purpose, and more importantly, a sense of community. We've created our programming to ensure that our residents receive life coaching, which help them gain the necessary skills to make that jump into true independence. We provide meal services for our residents, activities, minimum 2 per day that are created by our residents as they share their goals and their wants, as well as their dreams. And then last, we also provide transportation services to all of our residents. And this transportation includes allowing them to get to their necessities like a job or volunteer. 90+% of our residents are gainfully employed in the community. And so we make sure they are able to arrive there, medical appointments, their day-to-day activities like grocery shopping. So yeah, as stated, we are excited to apply for the opportunity to have a vehicle, a new raised roof vehicle, as well as preventative maintenance. Currently, we have a fleet of 5 vehicles, and the mileage that we provide to our residents and the transportation is definitely getting up there on a couple of the vehicles that we have received from MAG in the past. And so the preventative maintenance will help us to obviously make sure those are in working order and provide our residents with the best opportunity to get transportation necessary to their different destinations. As far as the raised roof vehicle, we do have a wheelchair user in our population, and among our 14 waitlist and 44 individuals currently in the application process, we have many other individuals who are wheelchair users. And currently within the MAG program, we received a ADA Braun Dodge Caravan, and that only has one tie down for our wheelchair user. And it also has limited seating for anyone that is not in a wheelchair. With this opportunity, we hope to receive the raised roof van and increase not only the capacity for individuals who are a wheelchair user, but also on their larger activities that we take our residents to, whether it's a day trip, going out down to Tucson or Sedona, or even just some of the different activities around the valley. We feel this would provide a sense of inclusion with our residents who are wheelchair users, because currently, if there is more than 5 individuals signed up for an activity and one being a wheelchair user, we would have to take 2 vehicles. We'd have to have 2 staff for them, and sometimes that for our wheelchair user can be a little bit overwhelming and a sense of isolation, as maybe a majority of her peers are in other vehicles. We felt the inclusion would be helpful to ensure that all individuals that want to go on that activity, including additional wheelchair users, have the ability to. As far as impacts, if we do not receive the funding, we will continue to be able to provide the services. It just won't be to the capacity and to the community aspect that we would like to with all of our programming that we've embraced. The other proud thing for us is that with our residents, we actually scholarship 60+% of the true cost for our residents to live at Treasure House. And that's through the amazing fundraising efforts, our gracious donor network that we have created. And so we are really proud because we try to make it affordable for all families. And as we understand, transportation is a large cost involved with that. So every dollar that we can receive to help to support that is just another dollar that we can put towards our residents and the programming that we provide.
Great, thank you. We can begin with questions from the committee. This is Lindsay, the chair, and I do have a couple, I think. You mentioned that you provide residential services and apartments for young adults. Can you describe a little bit more? Are these people who aged out of school, and what is the maximum age that you serve?
Yeah, that is a fantastic question. So currently, yes, it's anyone 18 or older. We do not have an age out process. At Treasure House, our programming is really geared towards providing residents with the right support that they need based on their ability level. One of the eligibility requirements to live at Treasure House, because we are a private organization, a nonprofit, is that our residents do have to be independent on all their activities of daily living. And we also will support with medication management, but we are not licensed to hold on to medication or disperse that. So for our residents, really the true age out process is just when maybe medical needs outweigh the services that we provide. Currently, we've had a couple of individuals who were living with us that we've had to support with that transition. And we really embrace the fact that we want to take support and ownership with that along with the families, because the residents, they mean so much to us that we want to make sure they're going to the right place and the right facility that can provide them the right support. So for us, we never have an age out of 55 or what have you. It's just when their needs are outweighing what we provide. Our current median age is 28 and a half. Our oldest resident is 52. And we have a grand total, I want to say, of 4 residents over the age of 40. And we're increasing that, obviously. In the next 3 years, we do look at building our second location. And like I said, we already have 14 approved on our wait list, with many more going through the application process. So we look forward to opening full at capacity alongside with the wait list.
Do any committee members have further questions for Jake? Jake, we have a large amount of application requests that exceed the amount of funding that we have. If needed, would you be able to accept partial funding?
Absolutely. We will graciously accept anything that you're willing to provide us.
Do you do your preventive maintenance by a third party, or do you have it in-house?
It's a great question. Yes, we do it by a third party. We've employed a mobile mechanic who we have gone and met through BNI. Lori Tanner, our CEO, does a lot of the networking and fundraising. And so this mobile mechanic, Mad Toy Automotive, is an individual that meets us where we are at and is able to work around our schedule to minimize the impacts that our vehicles have, because we are using each one of those daily. So we have entrusted him, and his craftsmanship and work is high quality. So we've been very pleased.
Sorry about that. My mic wasn't on. Thanks for that answer. Participating in coordination efforts is a federal requirement for the 5310 program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Yeah, we're excited to continue to be out in the community. We've received partnerships from large organizations like the Arizona Cardinals, as well as some other organizations. And that's given us the opportunity to continue to meet additional organizations out in the Valley that do the beautiful work that, Treasure House supports. Some individuals, First Place, Rainbow Acres, as well, as we collaborate and understand how they are managing their transportation and vice versa. We've had many meetings with each of them. Lori Tanner also consults with a lot of additional organizations around the Treasure House program and model, which helps. And then last, we have really committed towards being in organizations and different expos. So, we open ourselves to having tables to provide, whether it's the Autism Expo or different day events that the population is going to be in. We really want to be out there and collaborate with them. And that's just given us the opportunity to make connections with other executives or other leaders in the industry, where we can continue that collaboration.
Great. Thank you. Before I let you adjourn, is there anything else you'd like to tell the committee?
No, I guess the final thing is just we appreciate, obviously, all the work that you have to do in this process. So thank you. We've enjoyed all of our partnerships with the MAG and TAP program ever since 2018. We recently went through our compliance review as well, and we were really proud to hear that the vehicles and how they were cared for was really something that stood out to the individuals. So for us, we just appreciate the opportunity because, we are a small organization and every single dollar counts. So thank you for giving us a chance.
Thank you, Jake. From here, we will let you adjourn. Thanks for your time today.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, our next interview is United Cerebral Palsy of Central Arizona. Their requests are preventive maintenance and vehicles, 2 cutaways, and a raised roof van. And I believe everybody's on.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is scheduled for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1 minute mark, and I'll just jump in and interrupt you if you get to that point. Please introduce yourself, including the names and titles of the people who are here with you today. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute for that. Most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, about 5 minutes. And the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes can begin now.
Okay, my name is Robin Emerson, and I am the United Cerebral Palsy's Adult Day Center's manager. And
I'm Ron Rinker. I'm the Director of Finance at United Cerebral Palsy of Central Arizona. And then we have our maintenance manager who is in charge of our fleet maintenance, Wayne Esposito. He's on there as well. Looks like you're muted, Wayne.
Yeah, sorry about that. My camera was plugged up and I was muted at the same time. Sorry.
Welcome.
So we can discuss some of the programs that we have here at United Cerebral Palsy of Central Arizona. What the request is for is specifically going to be supporting our adult day program, which Robin manages. And we are currently in the process of expanding that program. We've got a population of about 40 adults right now, and we've got we're going to be opening a new room. We've got interest list of about another 10 adults looking forward to being able to join our program here as graduations are happening. And that the day program, that goes on the different outings. They'll go to the movies, they might go on fishing in a nearby park, that sort of thing. So that's part of what we're using the vans for, also just to pick up and drop off of the members on a daily basis. So as we're looking to expand, our fleet is aging. We have vans from 2015, 2016, and we just recently got a 2021 van in. But we do need we are in need of some new vehicles. We do, they're pretty much constantly, in the shop. And we're, our spare vehicle is pretty much always in the shop basically. So if there's ever a time when two goes down, we'll be in trouble. But out of the programs that we have here at United Cerebral Palsy of Central Arizona, we have a home and community-based services program with about 90 members, 120 providers. We have a pediatric therapy program, and we also have a early learning center, daycare, an inclusive daycare on campus as well. I don't know, Robin, if you want to talk about your program a little bit more.
Yeah, so we in the last year we've pretty much tripled our enrollment. So which with that came more use of the vehicles as well, wear and tear and mileage going on them. And we do have, like Ron said, another 10 people that are slotted to come in after graduation. Our vehicles are pretty much full right now once these new people come in. So when we do have a maintenance issue, makes it difficult for us to be able to get the members, or they're coming in later. We're having to have parents transport.
So and I'd like just chime in a little bit. Our fleet, I think we've done a great job in managing the fleet that we have right now. As Robin said, it's an aging fleet. There generally is, something that's in need of repair. We do most of our preventative maintenance in-house, except for things like, we have a checklist that we do, things like oil changes and fluid changes and tune-ups and things like that. We have a dedicated vendor that does that for us. But yes, our fleet is aging. The transfer we did with Ability 360, they've been a great partner to us. For the 2021 Ford, has been a godsend for us. It's enabled us to carry 2 more wheelchair members now that we have that van, as opposed to not having it before. So that's been great.
And we should mention that we do have several members that have with mobility challenges, several that are in wheelchairs, several that use walkers. So that does take up extra capacity on the vans that we have.
Correct. And several more wanting to come in that are in wheelchairs, so.
Thank you. We could begin with questions from the committee. This is Lindsay, I'm the chair, and I did have a couple, I think. You mentioned that enrollment tripled in the last year. Was that due to your recruitment efforts, or was it just from need that they came to you and said, we need help?
A lot of it was from the recruitment efforts. I've been out to a lot of the schools and meeting with transition coordinators, been to health fairs, different types of fairs to get our name out there.
And then I think there's also been some programs that have closed in our area, I believe, as well. Is that correct, Robin?
Yeah, there was one up down by Bell Road. I can't remember the name of it. Phoenix, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from the committee members for the group before I move on to a new question? You mentioned a little bit, especially getting a transfer of a vehicle, which is always it could be a lengthy process, but generally rewarding. And I'm glad to hear that that was made of use. So speaking of coordination, participating in coordination efforts for the 5310 program is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
We do attend the coordination meetings, and then also we had a communication recently with both Gompers and On Angels Wings that have programs in our area that they would be, interested in collaborating on certain things and certain events and that sort of thing.
Are your clients mostly referred to you, or do you also recruit? You mentioned a little bit about that, Robin.
Yeah, we also recruit. We got a van backing up. No, we also do recruit when we go to the schools. I have a lot of pretty good relationships with some of the transition schools and get a lot of referrals or go in and meet with the parents so that we can start recruiting efforts early enough.
And we had a meet and greet with Greenway High School today.
Yep.
We had they have would it be their transition program, Robin?
Yes.
Young men and women that are graduating and wanting to get into another program outside of the high school.
Yeah.
Great. A question that we're asking all applicants because of the amount of application requests we received compared to the amount of funding we have available. Is your agency able and willing to accept partial funding if necessary?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to add for the committee members?
Nothing else from me.
No, other than as the previous person said, we do appreciate everything you guys can do for us and everything you have done for us over the years. We do take a lot of pride in our fleet of vehicles that we have and our ability to be able to provide transportation to our members. And we're excited to get whatever we can.
And Wayne does a great job at keeping them all safe and well maintained, and they'll be in good hands with Wayne.
For sure.
Excellent. Well, with that, we can let you adjourn. I want to thank you for your time today and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Okay, going on to the next interview is for Valley Metro. And before we jump in, there's a couple of announcements I'll need to make, which is that Valley Metro is requesting applications in 2 different urban areas. So there's 3 applications in the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale and a single application in West Phoenix or Phoenix West Goodyear Avondale. And with that, because Valley Metro is a regional transportation provider, there are many of our committee members who have conflicts of interest. So I wanted to mention on the East Valley ride choice application, the city of Tempe, the city of Chandler, and the city of Gilbert. Representatives will be abstaining from participating in scoring on that application. In the West Valley, we have Tolleson and Avondale, and those are conflicts. And then Chris Langmayer, who is the Valley Metro rep on our committee for all applications. And then I had a question for Trevor or Bob. Was the city of Peoria one of your ride choice participants? I didn't know if there was a conflict of interest on that one or not.
City of Peoria is brand new to the Ride Choice program. They just joined this year, so
Okay.
I'm not sure how you would categorize them.
Are they providing match on any of the applications that you have submitted this round?
I'm not certain of that, Bob, and I don't know if you have that information.
Yeah, they would be providing match for rides done in their area.
Okay.
But if
Just-
that should be the West Valley ride choice, but not the Goodyear Avondale grant one, the surprise one.
So it's the Northwest Valley, right?
Yeah, you got too many grants or components to figure out who's who sometimes.
Okay, very good. Then we will include the city of Peoria as a conflict on the application.
Because this would be funding for future rides, and they're now part of the program.
Okay, super. All right, thank you for that. And then I'll toss it over to our chair to, the other announcement, because Chair Post has a conflict, Stephanie Rangel from the City of Phoenix will be conducting the interview.
Welcome and thank you for your time today. My name is Stephanie Rangel and I'm a member of the EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is 10 minutes long. To keep on time, staff will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1 minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including names and titles. Offer a brief overview of your agency, about 1 minute, and most importantly, describe your project or projects and the need, 5 minutes, and then the remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. So please begin.
Great. Well, thank you very much. My name is Trevor Ebersol, and along with me is Bob Antila. We're both representatives of Valley Metro, and Valley Metro is the regional public transportation authority for Maricopa County and the Phoenix surrounding metropolitan area. We submitted applications for support in the Ride Choice program, which is a transportation alternative program, as well as a travel training program. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the panel. Valley Metro is requesting 5310 grant transportation alternative funds for the Ride Choice program and 3 applications that cover the West Valley, Surprise, and the East Valley. Ride Choice has 15 local government jurisdictions participating in the program, which provides on-demand trips to individuals with disabilities and seniors while operating within the Maricopa County boundaries. Ride Choice is a program that complements other Valley Metro programs like light rail, bus, and ADA paratransit by providing individuals who do not reside or travel within the areas where paratransit operates. The Ride Choice program operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and provides over 35,000 trips per month, comprised of ambulatory and wheelchair trips. Customers in the Ride Choice program have multiple service providers to choose from, which greatly enhances the customer experience and performance of the program. Speaking of performance, Ride Choice for the month has a system-wide on-time performance of just over 95%, with complaints of less than 0.5 complaints per 1,000 trips. Our Valley Metro is also applying for travel training funding support and has utilized all of the 5310 funds awarded to maintain its travel training and train the trainer programs to also support travel training through outside agencies. The goal the goal is to successfully execute over 700 travel training sessions, helping these customers learn how to use Valley Metro bus and light rail services to meet their transportation needs, and plan to have 2 train the trainer workshops. Specific metrics to be monitored will include the number of travel training sessions, number of individuals receiving training, and following up with customers monthly. Travel training is designed to promote the use of the fixed route system for 1 or more trips for individuals that may be using or are planning to use paratransit services operated by Valley Metro and or the cities of Phoenix, Glendale, and Peoria. Paratransit services are more costly than a trip on the regional fixed route or light rail system. Travel training provides opportunities to strengthen each trainee's confidence about and experience using bus and light rail service, thereby reducing their dependence on paratransit. Valley Metro's travel training program is open to all seniors and people with disabilities. Training is free and allows customers to be trained on any desired trip, regardless of the purpose. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's begin with questions from the committee. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? So seeing none, due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding.
We would be happy to accept any funding support that we received. Thank you very much.
Okay. And then one of the requirements is participating in a coordination effort, which is a federal requirement. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation to meet this requirement?
Valley Metro has participates on several federal panels and committees. We attend regular regional meetings to support the requirement by the federal government, local government, state government.
Thank you. Just as a side note, I think if Phoenix or RPTA Valley Metro could not participate, that might be a nice thing just one time. I'm just kidding though. Is there anything else you would like to add? Hi, Bob.
Hi, I always like to add that we coordinate with a lot of the 5310 programs, and the 5310 programs across the valley are great. We are open to the public in all 5310 programs, not just members. And we actually do sell rides to 5310 programs, and some of their members and do take the travel training program, and some of their staff have taken the train the trainer programs, from what I remember. So, like I said, we are open to anybody, not just members and memberships, and we actually do cater and provide trips for a lot of the 5310 programs that are also doing their best and to help everybody out. That's it.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. We sure appreciate this opportunity. We've had excellent support from the region, and we're very grateful, and we hope that continues, and we'd be honored to represent and continue being the Regional Public Transportation Authority. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I agree, Stephanie.
Okay, moving on to the next interview, we have Westminster Village. Westminster Village is asking for a vehicle, raised roof van. I see Nick is on.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Nick, and thank you for your time here today. My name is Lindsay Post, so we're handing the mic back. I am the chair of the MAG EPDT committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We have a very packed schedule. This interview is for 10 minutes. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1 minute mark, and I'll just jump in to interrupt you if that happens. Please introduce yourself, including your name and title. Offer a very brief overview of your agency for about 1 minute. And most importantly, describe your project requests and the need, probably about 5 minutes. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee. And your 10 minutes can begin now.
Great. Thank you all. Pleasure to speak with you all again. I'm not sure who I spoke with last year, but my name's Nick Apostoles, the Director of Operations for Westminster Village Senior Living in North Scottsdale. I am accompanied by, but you cannot see him, our Director of Concierge, Armand Watson, who's sitting to the right of me here. He oversees the transportation department here for our community. Internally, we provide medical and non-medical transportation for our resident population of approximately 350 on a day-to-day basis here, 7 days a week within specified departmental hours of operation. We include medical service rides for our residents within their service contracts, but we also provide ride share and opportunities for field trips and outings for our residents to enrich their daily lives through our life enrichment programs. Our current application as a recipient that we're fortunate enough to have been selected for the 2025 year grant. We have yet to receive our vehicle. We understand it's on back order, but we're looking forward to engaging further with the MAG group and the 5310 program to continue to provide ongoing training, support, and resources to our transportation department through our lead driver, Carol Finch, and Armand Watson, our Director of Concierge. This year, we applied for a raised roof with a lift with a local share match of $19,200, which we are prepared to produce at the time of selection if selected. The MAG program has been a wonderful concept to present to us. At this time, again, we don't have current experience in working through the program, but everybody has been wonderful to work through. Armand, I'll let you get into a little bit more detail, seeing as we've got the time to talk about our transportation department and what we do here at the community.
Good afternoon. Our transportation department is a full service department. It operates 7 days a week. We have multiple vehicle sizes from 18 passenger, 12 passenger, and 2 9-passenger smart floor vehicles. This would be a tremendous support to our vehicle program due to the increased amount of services that we have been providing and longer hours for each additional day, including many of our church runs on Sundays, and a lot of the activities that we provide transportation services to also on Saturdays and also on Fridays. We, on a daily basis, have about 18 to 24 transportation trips from our property of many different variables, about 360 per month and over 4,000 during the year. So this would be a great addition to our services and our transportation staff and increase the residents' participation for our ability to provide them more services. So we really look forward to the opportunity to be participants in the MAG program, and we're all very excited about getting our first vehicle.
Thank you, Armand.
All right, thank you. If that is your presentation, we can begin with some questions from the committee.
Absolutely.
Nick, I'm wondering, what are the ages of the residents that you serve?
Our average age on campus is 85.
Okay. So are you mostly providing medical trips to their appointments and to medical facilities? Do you do any of the services in-house?
We provide their trips to a lot of outside appointments. We do provide in-house appointments as well, but many of our residents have specialists that they visit, and the primary load of our transportation is for medical appointments. But again, we do also provide field trips and fun outings for them as well.
Great. It looks like we've got a question for one of our committee members, Matt Dudley.
Yeah, Nick and Armand, so you guys are going into, I believe it's kind of year 2 of the 5310 process. And so kind of like last year we mentioned about coordination efforts with other nonprofits. So can you guys give us the experience of how you felt that coordination effort went that first year for you guys?
So we currently haven't had any opportunity to do coordination efforts with other nonprofits. We are hoping to learn more about how we can be more of a resource for those other nonprofits in the area once we receive our vehicle and have it in our fleet and we're managing it with the MAG standards and with the MAG program in place. But again, at this time, we have yet to do any kind of public outreach within the region to other nonprofits.
Okay. I think what probably MAG and Phoenix staff could do probably going forward is kind of let you guys reach out to the mobility managers that we have on the region just to see kind of if there's anything out there that you guys can do. There may be some actually great opportunities that you guys have with best practices on the Westminster side that could be applied to other nonprofits. So feel free to reach out to MAG and Phoenix about that for coordination because that is one of the things we're really trying to focus on here.
Wonderful. We'd be happy to do so.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
One of the questions that we've been asking, and I think you heard this already in the last interview, but due to the amount of application requests, we would like to know if your agency will accept partial funding.
Outside of the cost breakdown that's on the application or what was mentioned, the 19.2.
Oh, it's a vehicle. So yeah, there's no way for us to deliver half of a vehicle.
Right. But yeah, we're more than happy and prepared for our local share, whatever that amount is. I have it as 19,200, but whatever that ends up being, if it's a little bit higher, a little lower, that's fine.
I think this is Stephanie. I think that's the estimated cost that we received from the vendor when we did the application. So it could go up or it could go down, but in recent years it has gone down. So, but don't quote me on that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And one thing I could mention just from my experience in working in the 5310 program, if there's ever an opportunity for you to host a meeting at your site with those mobility managers, especially, that seems to be a really good opportunity for some networking, but also learning some best practices or even them learning from you. So I've been to a few that have been hosted by members that seem to be a really valuable experience. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the committee members before we let you adjourn?
We just want to thank you for the time. I would say that between Armand and myself, we both feel that the MAG group as well as the Phoenix Transit group have been really helpful to work with. You have made a very lengthy process, very simple to move through, and that tells us a lot about your agency. So we are, as Armand said, looking forward to working with you when we receive our vehicle and furthering the relationship. And let's see what happens with this year's round of applications. We'd never be so grateful. However, we're still, as I said, recipients of the 2025 grant, and we're looking forward to the partnership.
Great.
I just have a quick note. Please don't hold it against Phoenix about your current vehicle. With the changes at the federal government, I come in one day and it's there and the next day it's not. So the application is in FTA's hands. So I'm hoping to get that awarded shortly. And you'll be receiving an agreement and hopefully we can get the vehicle ordered hopefully by the end of June, but don't quote me on that.
Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you. We certainly understand.
Well, thank you. From here, we'll let you adjourn. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. You all take care. Pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Last but certainly not least, our 28th interview of the day, YMCA. YMCA is requesting public transportation alternatives volunteer driver program, but uniquely they're applying for the same grant in 2 different urban areas. So they operate in West Phoenix, Goodyear, Avondale, and in Phoenix Mesa. And I see Brenda and Jennifer are online.
Great. Well, welcome to both of you, and thank you for your time today. My name is Lindsay Post, Chair of the MAG EPDT Committee. Before we begin, a few items to note. We're at the end of our day, but we still have a 10-minute limit on your interview. To keep on time, I will indicate the time remaining for the interview at the 1-minute mark. Please introduce yourselves, including your names and titles. Offer a very brief overview of your agency, and most importantly, describe your project requests and the need you have for it. The remainder of the time will be open for questions from the committee, and you can begin your 10 minutes now.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenda Nichols. I'm representing the Valley of the Sun YMCA as the Executive Director of White Opus. Here with me is my colleague, Jennifer Crane. She's our Grants Program Administrator that supports our reporting and compliance. For over 100 years, the YMCA has built a legacy of trust and service. That legacy continues right here in our community through our local YMCAs. For 25 years, the Outreach Program for Aging Seniors, or White Opus, has been a trusted community outreach program supporting older adults living independently as they age in place. We are proud to support our neighbors throughout Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and our Southwest Valley. Scottsdale and the Southwest Valley are our two new extension sites, and they've been up and running for the last 2 years. This work is not just what we do, but it's the heart of our mission. At no cost to seniors we serve, we provide transportation to medical and non-medical appointments. We help with groceries and errands, and we provide meaningful connections through friendly visits. We also offer light household support and some social activities delivered by thoroughly vetted and trained volunteers. We currently have 304 volunteers, and we know that number because every 3 months, if a volunteer hasn't done a service in 3 months, we reach out and we either re-engage them or we take them off of our list. So we're pretty accurate on the 304. And we provide services to 429 clients currently. The average age of our volunteers is 64. The average age of our clients is 81. A lot of our volunteers become clients. The vast majority of the seniors that we serve face disabilities that affect daily life, ranging from mobility and vision loss to hearing challenges, cognitive decline, and overall physical health. In 2025, our volunteers drove 135,657 miles. They donated 15,722 hours, and they provided 13,112 one-way trips. Of those, nearly 5,000 of those were to medical appointments. The request is critical to keeping our program running. At the heart of our work are the people who make it possible, our staff who recruit, train, and support the volunteers that our seniors depend on every day. Without them, our services simply cannot operate. We currently serve more than 400 homebound seniors across the valley with the help of, like I said, the 300 volunteers who are all coordinated by a lean team of just 3 full-time staff, 1 at each location, and then we have 2 part-time staff here in Ahwatukee since it's our largest and oldest site. Together, they manage the high-volume, high-touch program that ensures seniors get to medical appointments, have access to food, and remain connected to their community. This funding directly supports those staff positions. They coordinate thousands of rides and services, ensure safety and reliability, and build strong relationships with both the clients and the volunteers. Without your support, we would see an immediate impact. We would have fewer rides, longer wait times, and less support for our volunteers. Over time, that strain would lead to fewer active volunteers and reduced services overall. But the greatest impact would be on the seniors that we serve. Many rely entirely on our program. Without it, they risk missing medical care, losing access to basic needs, and becoming increasingly isolated. Your investment in our staffing does more than sustain our program. It ensures that vulnerable seniors can continue to live safely and independently in their own homes. And if you ask me if we would accept partial funding, our answer would be yes.
Thank you for that very thorough presentation. We will move to committee questions. You already answered the first one, that you can accept, will accept partial funding if necessary. And as you know, by participating in this program in years past, that coordination is a federal requirement of the program. Over the next year, how does your agency plan to achieve or improve your participation in coordination?
Coordination with other agencies?
Yeah, it
Or
can be
with MAG?
more coordination with the MAG, like the TAP program, the TAP meetings.
Yes. Well, we will this year in 26. We will attend 100% of those MAG meetings, the TAP meetings. Last year, with the change in how they were accessible, I missed 2 because I couldn't figure it out. But now I know how to do it. So we also collaborate with other non profit agencies. We're part of we call it NNSS, the Network of Nonprofits Serving Seniors, and we meet quarterly with Benevilla, with Duet, and 9 other nonprofit agencies that provide transportation.
Great. Looks like we've got a question from Matt Dudley online.
Yeah, Brenda, actually that kind of ties into one of your answers that you gave kind of with the QA. You mentioned, I think, that YMCA was looking at designating a primary representative and 2 alternates. So would you be the primary, and if so, or one of the alternates? And if so, have you identified the other staff members who can be the alternates for like those TAP meetings?
Yes. Audrey Bond and Craig Collins. Audrey is our program manager in the Southwest Valley, and Craig is in Scottsdale.
Okay.
But
And
then
then
I also have support from Jennifer and Beth as well.
Okay. I also noticed, I think on the answers, I guess I shouldn't be shocked these days, but just looking at the significantly longer trip distances in the West Valley, which then kind of started tying into like, how do you recruit and retain the volunteer drivers for those particularly long trips? If you're averaging, I think it was like 19 miles a trip. How do
It's
you
it's
recruit for those drivers?
well, it's been very difficult. And unlike Awatuki, where everybody feels connected because we're in such a little bedroom community in the Southwest Valley and Goodyear and the other cities, they just kind of meld into each other, so you don't know if you're in Goodyear and Buckeye or in Avondale. So it's been a challenge to recruit and retain because the distance is so long. But we're trying to do it in segments. So we're trying to recruit Buckeye volunteers to cover the Buckeye residents and etc. So it's a work in progress.
Okay,
But we're
good.
also collaborating with Audrey goes to a lot of the different meetings within the cities to create that partnership so that we can help recruit, or they can help us recruit.
All right, yeah. Feel free to reach out to Avondale and Goodyear definitely if you need that help.
Yes, she goes to their roundtables, both the Goodyear, the Buckeye, and the Avondale roundtable. So,
Perfect.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you for your hard work.
thank you.
Brenda, was there anything else you would like to share with the committee before I let you adjourn?
Well, it's Volunteer Appreciation Month this month, and we just held our Volunteer Appreciation Dinner, and we gave out awards. Rick Kenzie in Awatuki personally drove the most miles with over 6,700 miles driven on his own personal car without any, well, we gave him a $50 gift card, but without any compensation.
That's lovely.
And we had over 100 volunteers attend. So it was a lovely event.
Great. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for your presentation. With that, I will let you adjourn.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Hope your day is over now.
It is. Enjoy your evening.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. I was just going to check right out of this meeting. Okay, that brings us to item number 6. Let me flip to the right page. Okay, so item number 6 is the development of the fiscal year 2026, section 5310, FTA Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Persons with Disabilities Program, MAG Regional Priority Listing of Projects. And I'll hand it over to Wendy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. At this time, we begin the process of finalizing our scores in order to create the priority listing of projects. So what we do at this time is we pause and we break and we give the opportunity for the committee members to finalize their interview scores and send via email to me so that we can coordinate that. So I'm going to request and ask the committee how much time for those online, do you think that you may need to assemble your scores?
I'm ready.
Great. If you're ready, just go ahead and email them right to me and we'll start compiling it. And anybody else need more time?
No, Wendy, I think I sent you my scores before I went on vacation. And if that's the case, I don't need to make any changes to mine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Wendy, I'll need probably 15 minutes or so.
Okay, no problem. No problem. So why don't we break for about 15 minutes and we'll come back and check in and see how things are going. It will also take me a few minutes to put everybody's scores into the spreadsheet. So
All right. So,
pause for now and see you in about 15.
all right, 3:35.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
All right, see you then.
We're still on break. I just wanted to give a quick update. We have one more score that we're waiting for from Nathan, but he's having some IT issues. So I've asked him to see if he can just email them to me with a cut and paste because he can't attach it. So Nathan, if you're on, you're listening, I emailed you. If you can just cut and paste your scores into the email and send them to me. Unfortunately. Yes. I also Okay, just a quick update. Hi, this is Wendy. I just wanted to let you know that I got the final scores and then I just need a few minutes here to put them together in the priority listing. So it's 350, so let's try 355.
Did you with my virus?
When I first moved here, I was in Valley Metro, East Valley, and that's my only connection to Mike Navarez. He was the transit manager when I worked for Valley Metro.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. This is Lindsay. We're still working on making sure that the weighting for those that not all of us could score on is working out right. We're having a little bit issue with the Excel spreadsheet, so give us just a moment.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. I think we've got it now. Um, how do I share my screen? I'm not logged in to the meeting here. Should I email it? How do I do that? I'm going to. Okay. I'm just emailing it to our IT staff so that they can help me share my screen so we can look at it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. No worries. Okay. So this is for the Phoenix Mesa Scottsdale urban area. And what we do is we take all of the committee members' scores and we average it as a total and then divide it by the number of scorers. So in order to normalize for the 0 scores for the people that didn't score certain applications, that's how we do that. And based upon that, this is the list ranking. I'll just go down and read it in order. City of Phoenix Ride Choice, Chandler Gilbert Arc Preventive Maintenance, Chandler Gilbert Arc Raised Roof Van, Gompers Vehicles, Valley Metro, East Valley Ride Choice, the Centers for Rehabilitation Vehicles, Gompers Preventive Maintenance, Chandler Gilbert Arc Mobility Management, Centers for Rehabilitation Preventive Maintenance, Gompers Mobility Management, UCP of Central Arizona Vehicles, Center for Rehabilitation Mobility Management, NAU, for alternatives, One Step Beyond, Preventive Maintenance, UCP, Preventive Maintenance, City of Chandler, Alternatives for Chandler Flex, Gompers Equipment, One Step Beyond Vehicles, Duet, Alternatives Driver Volunteer Driver Program, Stars Vehicles, Fellowship Square Vehicles, Foothills Caring Corps, Alternatives, and then Preventive Maintenance, Stars Preventive Maintenance and Mobility Management, Astor Aging, Volunteer Driver Program, Hacienda Preventive Maintenance, Astor Aging, Preventive Maintenance, Hacienda Vehicles, Treasure House Preventive Maintenance, Civitan Preventive Maintenance, Valley of the Sun, YMCA Public Transit Alternatives, Treasure House vehicles, Civitan vehicles, City of Glendale, Gus One, Opportunity Tree vehicles, Valley Metro travel training, then Surprise Ride Choice, then Central Arizona Council for their vehicles, Excel Equipment, Golden Sun, I'm sorry, Excel Vehicles. Oh, sorry, vehicles, sorry. Excel Vehicles, All Thrive 365 Equipment, Livestream Vehicles, Westminster Village Vehicles, All Thrive Preventive Maintenance, Bethesda Foundation Vehicles, Excel Preventive Maintenance, Arizona Center for the Blind Preventive Maintenance. And then for the Phoenix West Goodyear Avondale, Valley Metro West Valley Ride Choice, One Step Beyond, Positions Preventive Maintenance and their vehicles, and then YMCA for the Volunteer Driver Program. And with that, do committee members have any questions?
Okay. Me?
If they don't have any questions, you can move on to the
Okay, great. Hearing no questions or comments from the committee, is there a motion to approve agenda item number 6?
This is Stephanie. I'll motion for to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Stephanie Rangel of City of Phoenix. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Tremaine Coley, City of Peoria. We will have those participating in the meeting online take part in a voice vote by turning on their cameras and unmuting their audio. We need to see the faces of everyone to participate in the voice vote. For those who cannot or do not want to turn on their cameras, staff will conduct a roll call vote. Staff will only call on those virtual participants who did not turn on their camera. Members, please leave your cameras on until after the roll call vote so that staff can count your names whose cameras are not on. Can I have a voice vote for those in the room and those online? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. Members, please leave your cameras on. Staff, can you take a roll call of the members participating virtually who did not turn on their camera? Oh.
Nathan Williams, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Callan Ballard, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion passes.
Great. We will move on to agenda item number 7. Review of the fiscal year 2026, section 5310, FTA Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Persons with Disabilities Program Application Process. This item is on the agenda for information and discussion and will be introduced by Wendy Miller, Transportation Improvement Program Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This item was added to our process at the end in order to, we used to have our meetings in November and we did a feedback session. And in this regard, this agenda item sort of is in place of having that full separate meeting in November. And so there's been a couple differences in the process this year. This year, you're not ranking with the financial piece of it. That happens at the other, starting at the Transportation Review Committee. But just feedback from in general, how did the process go this year? Do you have any recommendations for updating it or changing it going forward? So open to questions or comments from the committee.
Thank you, Wendy. I did have one suggestion. In years prior, staff had everybody send scores on the lunch hour just so that you could avoid having to crunch it at the end when we're all brain dead. But that's the only thing that might improve things. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, hearing none.
I had one.
Sure. Go ahead.
I thought it was a great idea to try and fit it all into one day. I know it's not probably easy, but it's definitely, I felt it was better to try and get everything as much into one day as possible. So that was interesting change.
I agree. It's hard to schedule 2 days out of your daily work. So thank you for making this happen. Anybody else before we move on to agenda item number 8? Item number 8 is request for future agenda items. Are there any requests from membership for an item on future agenda? Okay, hearing none, the next agenda item is comments from the committee. Item 9. Are there any comments or announcements from the membership? Okay, hearing none, we will move to adjournment. This concludes our agenda. The April 22nd, 2026 meeting scheduled for tomorrow is not needed and will be canceled. The next meeting of the Elderly and Persons with Disability Transportation Committee will be held in January 2027. With no further business, today's meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Lindy.
Thanks, everyone.